There we go. We are there. Wasted Water Sports, ahoy! All right, we didn't really do an audio check of any sort, so we better make sure that everything's coming through loud and clear. I might need to bump the audio volume up a bit. Reach over there. All right, so there might be a little bit of background noise and everything today. I'm still working on the new studio, the new Generations setup. I experimented with the green screen today, actually, because I figured I've got this stunning paint job here in the studio, so why not use it, have a green screen and a proper studio and whatnot, but I didn't get around to. Decided to watch the baseball instead. What a waste of my time that was. DJ Shack, ahoy there, mate. Sorry you couldn't do around the grounds. You were exhausted after yesterday's game. DJ Shack actually went off to Suncorp. I believe it was at Suncorp for the Reds-Brumbies game. And I believe the Brumbies caused the upset.
They won by a point.
Well, I'd deem it an upset anyway. In 2024, big weekend it's been so far. Wasted World of Sports, some quality games in the NRL. We've been covering them all. James, ahoy there, mate. We'll just give it a little bit of time. I apologise, we ran a little bit late. I was preoccupied with the baseball. For those of you who've been following along Discord or following along in the chat room, you'll know that the baseball was looking very good for me today up until about 5 minutes ago. And then it all went to hell in a handbasket, as they say. That's a saying, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah. I was wondering if it was just me for a moment. JYD says, blimey, did you watch the boxing? No, but a notification did pop up on my phone just before about the result. So, well, what's his face? Lost. Zoo. We don't really follow the boxing.
Yeah, well, that's an upset, isn't it?
Well, I think so, yeah. I believe so.
Because his opponent wasn't the first choice. First choice had to back out.
Geez, I wonder, it could have been an even bigger loss then, potentially. Speaking of winners and losers, your boys had a big win again this round.
Big win, yeah. That was a good win, wasn't it? In spite of the controversy.
What controversy?
Oh,
well, the obstruction calls. Yeah, the obstruction call.
About that. Yeah. But I don't think that had a major bearing on the game. I think the Roosters were just playing catch-up football in that last few minutes, weren't they?
Pretty much, it was over by that point, and Panthers. I wouldn't say they shut up shop, but yeah, when you throw the ball around like that, and it wasn't the only time we saw it this weekend. We saw it in the Manly game as well. Manly had no right really to get as close as they did to the Dragons, but they did, throwing the ball around at the end there. And, just falling short there, Manly. Let me down. I had a perfect round up until that Manly game. Can't believe the Panthers were underdogs. Exactly, JYD. I mean, Nathan Cleary's a pretty big out, but is he that big an out?
Well, you raised the. Did you raise the point about the difference in the odds?
Was it a good point?
As soon as Cleary was pulled out.
Was it a good point?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was me then. Yeah.
Well, weren't Penrith favourites? And then
they were up until the end,
50 or something, and then when Cleary pulled out, they were shot out to 240.
Yeah, the price completely blew out.
And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that Penrith's not a one-man team; they're a systems team.
Team, yeah.
And over the last 3 years, when Cleary's been out, the replacement has always stood up. And that Snyder didn't do a bad job the other night.
We had Sean O'Sullivan a couple of years ago.
And before that was Burton.
Oh, yeah, before that was Burton. That's how he entered the squad. And then Cogger.
Yep.
And now they've all gone on. Sean O'Sullivan went to Redcliffe.
Yep.
And hardly... I remember doing a video after his match where he replaced Nathan Cleary when he was out injured. And I made a video, and it's still up on the YouTube channel. Basically, I was saying, no Cleary, no worries. Because here's Sean O'Sullivan, who was pretty much a Cleary clone. He's gone to Redcliffe. He's no Cleary clone anymore. Let me just put it that way. He's hardly set the world alight after he's left the Panthers jersey, and it just adds fuel to the fire of what I've been saying recently, that Penrith are the new Melbourne Storm. Take a player out of that system and they just don't perform to the same standard because it's all about the system, not about the player. JYD says, I reckon Penrith do a lot of training without Nathan, and it would be very wise if they did do that.
Well,
actually, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say he probably hasn't got time to train because he owns the home brewery company, and now he's opened up a wine bar in Penrith.
Really?
So he wouldn't have time to train, would he?
Who's this, Nathan Cleary?
Yeah, Nathan Cleary.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so...
Maybe the injury was a purpose thing then. He said, Dad, I need some time off.
Yeah.
How are we going to do this? Because you can't just drop me. Imagine the uproar if Nathan Cleary dropped. He has to be injured, right?
Well, that'd be similar to Phil Gould sacking Ivan Cleary, wouldn't it?
We're kind of delving into conspiracy theory territory again now, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so before we get into the main topic today, I wanted to... Where's my mouse? Because I don't think this is working. My Stream Deck at the moment. It doesn't like being plugged in through an extension. It needs to go directly into a power board or directly into the computer. So anyways, that's my problem. That's neither here nor there for anybody. So we are going to... I've got some clips lined up, basically, is what's going to happen here. Because one of the things that happened over the weekend, I'm not sure if you saw it, was the... not exactly the worst and most dangerous spear tackle I've ever seen in my life, but it did lead to a sin bin. So I've got a few clips lined up here anyway of similar, I wouldn't necessarily say similar events, but some events. We'll get into it anyway, but we're going to get your reaction on these videos. That's why I had to kick you out before. Otherwise you would have seen them as I was setting them up and we wouldn't have got the reaction because, yeah, so... We want to get your thoughts on some of these. Well, you've already seen one. We want to get your thoughts on these. Oh, by the way, I forgot to play the intro because I'm a stupid idiot. I did this great new intro for the Generations vodcast. Let's check it out.
My generation.
There we go. Oh, it was right there. I could have just clicked on that one. Yeah, I can't believe I went to all that trouble this morning generating that and I forgot to even play it. So we're going to have a look at some videos and we'll get your reaction. So this is a segment through... No, don't play that yet. Stop that one. We need that for the contracts.
Well done.
Okay, I got there just in time. So we saw a spear tackle. I thought a relatively innocent one, as if I can use the term innocent, because it was a bit of a lifting tackle. But how about this? Now, this is the one that you did see. So I don't know if you saw all of it, though. I might have got it off before you saw the actual main event of the sequence. So this was from Club Rugby in Singapore, I believe. And who'd have thought that over in Singapore, Club Rugby, it's brutal as all hell. It's like a prison game. So let's see how much of this actually works now. So, sorry, it's a little bit small, but the kickoff, they've wiped each other out. And I'm assuming that what's happened here is old mate has thought that there was a little bit of Milky Magoo going on there, and he started an all-out brawl. So he's come in to the player on the ground, and he's had a little bit of a kick. He probably thought he was milking, I'm assuming. But that's not the way you get somebody up if you think they're milking it.
I don't know, didn't one of the Queensland players
So here we go.
try to do that in State of Origin? Or?
There was the clash in the air. And now this big fella comes in to the player on the ground and says, "Oi, get up." Boof.
Oh, dear.
So, what about that? They're through the eyes of the Panther.
I'm thinking it's got similarities. Who was it that tried to get James Tedesco to get up?
That was Jai Arrow, and I had a lot to say about that at the time, and none of it was nice.
No.
I've probably moved on from that moment, but
I don't think that fella lying down. I don't think his mother would have appreciated seeing his little boy get kicked like that.
No, well, I was surprised surprised that he didn't come charging out onto surprised she didn't come charging out onto the field if she was there.
Well, it could be a he these days. You never know.
Yep.
Oh, we better not get into social issues.
UFC, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? JYD says, remember Stephen Kearney on Jared McCracken pretty much ended the career. DJ Shack has said, I'd say the contest in the air is legal. I think so as well. That was just a contest in the air. But certainly the kick to the player on the ground is straight up. It's not just send-off, but a ban as well, I would say. Now, staying with the theme of spear tackles, because that's what's got us started on the whole thing. How about this? This is also, funnily enough, all this stuff seems to happen in the lower grades. They get these players. They either get these players out, or they get these acts of skullduggery out of their system before they get big-time playing contracts. Jeez, I could have used that as a segue. All right, so how's this for a two-man tackle? They've got him. Let's put him down gently. Nah, bugger that. Poof, straight down on the head.
Yeah.
And obviously the team took offence to that.
That used to be a common thing back in the old days. Eh?
I just love the contemplation there of they had him up in the air and should we yeah screw it, lawn darts straight into the grass, tent peg. Didn't seem to faze him though.
No.
He was straight up and into it.
He looks pretty thick set in the neck there, doesn't he?
So that's what do we reckon, chat room? That's a send off for that one, or does the punishment lessen because there was obviously no injury to the player? He was straight up and wanting to get his punch on.
Well, under NRL rules, that's a straight out penalty and probably a send off anyway, isn't it, for lifting?
It would be now, yeah. Even without the spear.
Yeah, as soon as the legs go above the perpendicular.
Yep. Speaking of people getting folded in half, actually, before we move on, DJ Shack has chimed in on that call. Not as severe as the first offence, but similar to the tackle by Kurt Morin, which is the one that happened this weekend.
Okay.
Very similar. This is definitely worse than Morin's, though, because they had the moment of contemplation, didn't they? They had that.
They thought about it.
They really gave it a lot of consideration and then ended up going into it. Now, this is not sports. This is just something in general. Speaking of people getting folded in half, that's the one that's not working. I will have to force it into working.
I'm not.
Did you see that?
I didn't.
Okay, sorry, I'll put it on loop. So, we're speaking of people getting fallen in half.
Oh, yeah, right.
He folded himself in
I'm not-
half, that guy.
It was a big Sid Vicious.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yep. In the pro wrestling, for sure. So,
I'm not-
obviously no send-off there. That's just, you cop your own punishment.
He ejected himself, didn't he?
I'm not.
Now, incidents like that on the field, on the playing field,
I'm not.
they're not always on purpose. That was obviously a bunch of stuff penalisable and on purpose, but we see some accidental stuff as well. I'm not sure if you saw this one, but this also club level,
I'm not-
up in the top leagues. But how about this in the cricket?
I'm not-
I think this is some grade cricket somewhere, England perhaps. It's not always
I'm
on
not-
purpose when you abuse another player or your own teammate. Old mate's not happy. Boof!
I'm not.
Oh, he liked that one. Right
I'm
in the
not-
face, and then he goes and gives him a good hug afterwards. It was an accident, mate.
I'm not.
Better.
Yeah. And also in
I'm not.
cricket, it's not just the players,
I'm not.
but sometimes the umpires can cop it as well. This ball gets thrown in. Umpire's
I'm
not
not-
paying attention. Cops it on the shin.
I'm not.
Yeah, he wouldn't have a lot of padding there, would he?
No. And I wonder what he was. He wasn't
I'm
watching.
not.
I mean, realistically, it's his own fault because he should have been. Play was still active.
I'm not.
So there was absolutely no reason at the moment that he should be
I'm not-
focused on whatever he was focused on. He should have been watching the ball, but he got caught
I'm not-
out there, not paying attention, and suffered the consequences.
I'm not.
And of course, it's not just
I'm not.
not just the footy or the cricket. The major sports can also happen.
I'm
All kinds of
not.
sports, even the lesser known sports. Some crazy things can end up happening
I'm not.
that are completely unexpected. Okay, that one went away.
I'm not-
We definitely need that one on a loop so we can see it a couple of times. He was not expecting that at all.
I'm not.
Ready to return serve, but he wasn't expecting a racket in the face.
I'm not.
JYD says, can you play Mark Richardson?
I'm not.
Getting cramp. The
I'm
sound
not-
of the guy breaking his... Well, he didn't break his spine, he broke his legs.
I'm not.
Oh, it's still playing? Really?
I'm not.
Okay, that's very loud too. That would have been... That would have been all over the top of... Anyway, sorry about that. We can't even hear it. That's hilarious. I didn't even know there was sound on it. We couldn't hear it
No.
on this end.
Well, that's good that you're getting some positive feedback and what is it? Positive criticism to improve the show.
Constructive
Yeah,
criticism.
that's it.
Yeah. Well, no sounds of people breaking their spine, please. It's disturbing. Resentful for life. Ahoy there, mate. We're doing all right. We can go back over to the main screen now. That's out of the way. So that was the eyes of the panther. And we'll be able to clip those up. And yeah, the whole idea with doing generations before the live streams of the Sunday games is to just get the footage, and I'll package it up, and all that stuff can be fixed up in post-production, like leaving old mate having his legs broken on constant loop in the background. So that's all good. We can fix all that stuff up. The main topic, though, for today is we want to talk about player contracts. And the reason that this has come about is because Reece Walsh has been offered. He denies that it's been a done deal yet, but he's been offered a massive contract by the Brisbane Broncos, which I believe they said equates to around $1.1 million a year, something in that region. The first player, I don't know, I might be wrong about that. So $5.5 million over 5 years. Yeah, okay, so there you go. 5.5 over 2 years. And it just led me to believe, or to remember, it obviously wasn't always that way. Biggest contract in Broncos history. There you go. Yeah, 1.1 million a year. Yeah, so it obviously wasn't always that way. So that prompted this topic of discussion today, is the player contracts. And remember, back in those days, the players had jobs as well. It wasn't a professional sport. So we've got a story coming up from Fatty Vautin at some point, but I suppose we could start with how and when it all eventuated that somebody somewhere decided, hey, there's money to be had in this, and when money is to be had in this, everybody gets a payday.
Is that my cue?
Oh, is that information we have?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just never know when you're bringing me into this.
If it's information we have, then yes, by all means.
The fellas in the chat room are fairly knowledgeable, so some of them will probably know about this. But we have to mention, before we get into contract talks, we have to mention the great Dennis Tutty. Dennis Tutty played for Balmain back from 1964 through till about 1968. His contract with Balmain expired in 1967. But back in those days, once you signed with a club, you were stuck at that club unless they chose to release you. Now, it was called the retain and transfer system. Dennis Tutty wanted to go elsewhere. Balmain wouldn't allow him to go elsewhere. And the story goes that he can still remember one of the Balmain officials poking him in the chest and saying, "You play for us for what we want to pay you, or you don't play." And so that prompted Dennis to sit out the 1968 season. And then a series of events led to him challenging the transfer system, and it went to the High Court, and he won the case. And the New South Wales Rugby League, of course, immediately appealed, and then in December of 1971, the appeal went to the High Court, and it took 30 minutes for them to say that the retain and transfer system was illegal, it was a restraint of trade, and that players were allowed to talk to whichever club they wanted. See, up until that point, when your contract expired, you weren't even allowed to talk to another club about possible playing, and it was only if the club was prepared to let you go that they would let you go and get paid a big transfer fee that would go to the club, not to the player. So December 1971, that was ruled invalid, and then players could then talk about going to other clubs. And it was noticeable that from that year, the great South Sydney lost about half their team, went elsewhere. Dennis Tuddy went to Penrith and played in 1972 through to 74. And by the way, he was a good player. He'd represented Australia back in the 60s. And that's what's opened the door for all this, what we're going to talk about today with the contracts. So keep that in mind, guys. Dennis Tutty. And the Rugby League Players Association honour Dennis every year with the Dennis Tutty Award for players who have been influential in rugby league on and off the field. And one of Dan's players, Wade Graham, has won it twice. And Clint Newton, the Rugby League Players Association president, he's won it. So it's a big deal. Keep that name in mind, Dennis Tutty. When you go for your contracts, keep that in mind, Dennis Tutty.
Who's going for contracts?
Well, any of these blokes
guys?
mightn't they?
Actually, that's a fair question. Does anyone play? So curious to know now. And also, no relation to Bert Newton.
Sorry?
No relation to Bert Newton.
That's Clint Newton, played for Newcastle.
Yeah, no relation.
No.
No.
DJ Shacks hit the nail right on the head. That was the comparison.
The players were basically treated as property.
Yep. Yeah. And that also explains why I was going to raise the point that 1 year Penrith offered the Penrith players a blanket incentive scheme, payment scheme, $120 to win or $20 if they lost the game. And that would explain why they were able to do that as a blanket thing, because that would have been before 71. And so they could just decide what they were going to pay the players. You know.
Would have been zero if they didn't win. If I was the coach or in charge. 0 and 100 laps. Every loss.
You know what I like about the chat room?
What's that?
Humility. UFC. Just outstanding.
Ah, yeah. ET's Rugby League. That was your favourite game. We could actually do a whole session on video games, I tell you.
Yeah, and I promise I wouldn't throw the joystick.
Your favourite, no, your true favourite though was the rugby union one, whatever it was called. I can't remember what it was called, but I mean it was pretty good dynamic though when you think about it, because we would play ET's Rugby League on the Commodore 64, and you used to get upset
Just a tad.
over the tackling mechanism.
I'm pretty sure that you rigged that up so that my controller wasn't working.
No, you just didn't know how to play it properly, that's all. And then we'd load up the rugby union game, and because the rugby union game was a little bit different, in ET's Rugby League, there was obviously not the rucks and mauls. There wasn't that contest for the ball, so you would just play the ball and you would run and skip away from everybody, dodge everybody all the way up the field and leap over and score. But the rugby union game, it became a contest, and back in those days you didn't have any of the mini games with button sequences or the mash pads that you have now. Back in those days it was just a joystick with one trigger button, and the ruck contest in this game was the joystick wobble. I know somebody out there is definitely going to isolate that sequence, and it's going to look horrible. But that was the joystick wobble. And little Dan couldn't wobble the joystick as intensely as the old Panther could. So I would just get, every time there was a tackle, that was it. I knew I was going to lose the ball. And I still seem to remember your exact statement was, I like this one much better than ET's Rugby League.
Yeah, I'm a sore loser.
Rod Walker played Penrith local club footy at St Dominic's.
Was that Brad Fittler? Was that his? played in one of the Saint teams.
Hmm.
We'd have to look that up.
Yeah. Fittler and Cleary.
There you go.
Yeah. Says Rod Walker. You've still got some of your trophies out there. I love how, once again, this was supposed to be about contracts. We've just gone off on Tangent City. But yeah, you some of your trophies from your playing days
Not
still
from
exist.
playing.
Oh. Didn't you get trophies
I
for
got
playing?
Pennants back in
Pennants.
Pennant, yeah, flags.
No, I'm sure there's a trophy.
Yeah.
At least one.
Not for playing, no.
Well, what was that one for then? 'Cause it was
Coaching.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Jonah Loma's Rugby on the PlayStation. That was one that we never actually played together, I don't think, but definitely one that I've got. I still have. Still got that one laying around somewhere. Yeah, so back in those days, though, did we consider an equivalent of money? Because obviously the money's much bigger now. Back in those days, certainly wasn't. I mean, the story that I've got queued up from Fatty Vautin, nowhere near the source of money that we're talking about now. So when did the... do we have the information on when the money became substantial enough that they didn't have to keep day jobs? Because we talk about that a fair bit, when the players still had to have day jobs back then.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be worth having a look at. When I think that's part of what Super League was about, wasn't it?
Mm.
They wanted players to get paid more. Because they definitely, in 91, they definitely had other jobs. In 91, Super League, that was around about 97, wasn't it? So over that next few years, obviously the player payments issue became bigger. You'd have to say it was Super League that brought about full-time professionalism. Would that be fair enough?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And as we've said, that Super League led to our disinterest for a little while there as well. That Super League period. Brett Kenny was highly paid, says James. Not sure about Brett Kenny, but we've definitely got Fatty Vautin there. So, do we... I'll let you control the flow of information.
Oh, that's all about
Dennis
Tuddy.
That was it for Tuddy?
Yeah. Yeah, that's all about Dennis Tuddy.
Okay, yeah, because we got sidetracked again with other business, as we usually do. Now, somebody asked you a question. I'll see if I can locate it again. Oh, there we go, from Malcolm. Malcolm says, does Panther remember the Wars in the 90s? We had so much hype and not enough results.
Do I remember the Wars?
Yeah. Well, they weren't the Wars back then. That nickname didn't really start until the past couple of seasons that I recall, anyway.
The ABC had an interview today with the CEO, and they asked him about that. He didn't think much of it at first, but apparently it's just taken hold over there now. Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of, for anybody who's a fan of The Simpsons? When Homer was in the barbershop quartet with, I can't remember who was in it. Barney was in it. Principal Skinner and Chief Wiggum was the original one as well. Oh, Apu, who's not even a character anymore, but let's not get political again. And the barbershop quartet, and they were discussing what the name was going to be. And they're like, oh, it's got to be something that's funny at first, but then it gets less funny and just sticks. It's like, the B Sharps. They all cracked up. Slowly stopped laughing. The B Sharps. That's it. And that was it. It stuck. And that's what's happened with the Wars. Somebody somewhere has said it, and it's just clung on. And I'm sure that everybody who hears it first goes, "That's a bit ridiculous." Here we are. There's hashtags. There's merchandise. Everything.
Well, back early on in the piece, they were the Auckland Warriors, weren't they? Initially, and
They still are, by the way.
And based on what that fella was saying today, they did have a problem attracting big name quality players, but that's all changing now. No, they did develop some good players like
Brandy
Stacey
went
Jones.
there.
Yeah, Brandy went over there, but his heart wasn't in it after Ben was killed in that car accident.
Of course.
And so he didn't play the way that he did at Penrith, but they had blokes like that Stacey Jones come through, and now they're developing players, and players want to go over there. They were talking about Kurt Capewell. Apparently, he loves it over there now. Wants to buy a place and live over there for a little while. It's things have changed, and you can see that it's sort of similar. I know I always keep going back to Penrith, but when Penrith first started in the competition, they had trouble attracting players out to Penrith because in some cases it was a 2-hour drive to get to Penrith, and like we said, they had jobs they had to go to during the day. It was a big deal to travel to Penrith of a night for training and back home again, and obviously you wouldn't live in Sydney and go and train over in Auckland, would you?
No, so that'd be ridiculous.
They've had that same issue of being able to attract, and they reckon that the COVID-19 period actually did them a favour. They were able to actually reset the whole club system and start afresh, and it's paid off for them now. They've had another full house today, apparently.
Ah, right.
Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question.
I can't remember what the question was. Oh,
remembering them in the 90s.
Remembering them in the 90s. Yeah. I certainly don't remember all that much about it, apart from Brandy Alexander, obviously, going over there.
The
great reset. COVID-19 was a great reset indeed.
Yeah. One
club players are very rare these days.
Yeah, Black Rock. And what's the other? There's another mob, pretty much the same. Well, I can't think of their name, but yeah.
JYD says, I was in Leslie Vinacolo. I remember that name, Leslie Vinacolo. I was in Leslie Vinacolo's team for Warriors trials. He scored five tries and went to Canberra. I remember that name, Leslie. But I'm wondering if I've got a feeling that Tawera Nikau might have ended up at the Warriors for a period as well, because I know that he was one of my favourite players at the Sharks, and I don't know if it was Sharks first or if I'm just imagining that it happened at all.
Is this the bloke with the motorbike accident?
Oh, was he? I don't know.
Is that who you're talking about?
Tawera Nikau. Hang on, I'll bring a photo up.
See now, JYD, he's actually gone. He's done more than a lot of the rest of us have done. He's actually been in a trial match to have a crack at something like this. So that's great. Yeah, I think so. I'd have to think about that. Oh, the bloke I'm thinking about, I think he might have played for the Storm at one stage.
He did, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he played for the Storm as well, Tawera Nikau. I'm wondering if I'm imagining the Warriors.
No, I think somebody did go over there. We'll have to check that one out.
Yeah.
When I was involved down at the Logan City Scorpions, there was a young bloke there. I asked him if he'd be back the following year. This was after the last game. And he said to me, no, he was going to the Warriors. And I I said, oh, fair income, that's fantastic, well done. You get to play for the Warriors. And he said, yeah, Rochdale Warriors. So,
Rochdale being just up the road for people who don't know the logistics.
Suburbs,
yeah, a couple of suburbs over. Did anyone from the Logan City Scorpions live in the, what is it that you say, UFC, the Logan City Housing Estate? Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few of them.
Quite a few of them.
Quite
Okay,
a few of them
jeez.
did, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Should we check out the story from Fatty Vautin before the wheels completely
You
fall
better,
off?
yeah.
All right. Now, the table tennis is still playing. That's incredible. Now, hopefully there's no sounds in the background of people having their legs broken. So, yeah, back to the topic of contracts. This is a story from Fatty Vautin. And it talks a little bit about his early days playing, and the thing that I wanted to point out mainly is just the money, the financial side of things, not so much the terms and conditions of the contract. He doesn't really go into that, but the financials are just crazy to think about. Based on, we've just had Reece Walsh sign a $1.1 million a year deal, compared to Fatty Vautin talking about his first contract. And I'll just mute the microphone while this plays as well.
A couple of little ones to tell you. So when I was 18, I was playing for Western Brisbane, and I scored this 75-metre try. I beat about 26 blokes in a semi-final. And we ended up getting beaten in the semi-final. And so I ended up sitting home one day, and Tommy Bishop, who'd just taken the North Sydney coaching job, we knew he was coming, right? And he's going to make an offer for me. So my contract fee at Western Brisbane was for $100 a year. That's what I was playing for, right?
$100 a year?
So the old man's, he's a train driver.
$100?
Just me and him. And Mum was sitting there, she'd made a few Lemingtons. And the old man says, look, I don't know much about this. I don't know much about this business. He said, but you never take the first offer. I said, righto, Dad, sweet. I'm thinking, I'm going, what do you think you'll offer, 500, 600? He's going, we'll see. Take it easy, son, right? So Tommy, we couldn't understand him for the first half hour because he had that broad North English accent. You know, and the words that we heard, I'd like to offer you $7,500 per year for 3 years. My man goes, spits a bit of Lemington out. No, seriously. And it goes into Tommy Bishop's cup. And it was dead cup. And Tommy's tipping away. Sorry, Tom, you don't even know this, right? And then the old man goes, we'll take it. I said, what happened to the... He said, you're kidding, that's more than I earn. So anyway, what happened? My club put a transfer fee on, $6,000, and he rang me back the next night and said, sorry, lad, they've never heard of you. He said, I know you can play. He said, so they knocked it back. So I signed with Manly like 2 days later. So then I'm playing for Manly in 82. We had a great rivalry with Parramatta, and we made the semi-finals. Just before the semi-finals, I was on $15,000 a year at Manly. And I'd been there 4 years, and I played for Australia that year, played in the first test against New Zealand at Lang Park. Anyway, so Jack Gibson rings me up. This is just before the semis, and he goes, hello, kid, blah, blah, I like the way you play. I'd like to make you an offer to come and play for Parra. He said, first up, what sort of job you got? I said, I'm a groundsman at a school where Johnny Gibbs teaches. And he goes, we can do better than that. Right? And he said, what sort of car do you drive? I said, I've got a Monaro LS 1971. He said, we can get you a new car. He listed all these things, right? And then he said, and we'll give you 40 grand a year. So I've gone, 40 grand a year? Wow, how good is this? I'm going to go and play for Parra. So Ken Arthurson gets wind of it. I go and see Arco. Sit across from the great Ken Arthurson, and he says, right, did you ever swim this morning? I said, yeah, I did. He said, where at? I said, Hardwood Beach. Water was good? I said, beautiful, Ken. Where do you think you're going to swim out there? The Parramatta River? You'll be dodging Edgar Brits and there'll be dead bodies in the river. He said, you'll get typhoid. I said, oh, I don't want to get typhoid, Ken. Well, quick, I'll sign. So he signed me for $35,000 I got. And I didn't get a car, didn't get a new job. So that was the closest I got to leaving.
Jeez, it's great being here at
Parramatta River and Edgar.
Edgar Britt, and he said there'll be Edgars everywhere. And probably a few floating bodies. I thought about it, could be right.
Good decision in the end. Well played. Stay on the beaches. Good fun to be had. All right.
So there you go. Fatty Vautin's early contract stories. And one noticeable thing that he brought up there was what we were discussing before the stream was the player transfer fees been a thing
Yeah.
back in those days, and I said I didn't remember what it was, his transfer fee. So what was it? He said 6K.
Is that what he said?
I think something along those lines.
I thought they got rid of the transfer fees then. Because he debuted in 79, eh?
Weren't you listening?
I can't even listen when I'm trying, feeding them. I have to wait for you. But UFC's raised the point again. In fairness, 40 G's back then would be like 100 today. Now,
which is still...
He was with Manly for 4 years.
Yeah.
Which would make that, when he was getting the contract getting renewed, would have been about 83. Well, in 1983, the average Australian wage was around about $200 a week. You know, so that was pretty good money. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved that bit about his dad giving him the advice, never take the first offer, and just leaping at it. So I wonder what they would have offered him if they had have. I mean, obviously the contract didn't end up going through, but wonder what they would have offered him if they knocked that back originally.
Tommy Bishop was the captain coach. Took Cronulla to the grand finals against Manly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, their first grand finals. He was a good player.
Yep, and then it was another however long until they got back there. Yeah, so player transfer fees, I think they still exist. Well, in rugby union, I believe they do anyway. But the rugby union setup's a little bit different to the rugby league as far as contracts go and whatnot. There is a lot more flexibility to jump around. I like that there's a few examples of it, of players jumping mid-season, which I know does happen in the rugby league as well, but certainly not to the extent that rugby union went through for a period of time there in the Super Rugby level. There was constantly players jumping about. I remember quite a few of the fringe New Zealand team players ending up over at the Reds or the Waratahs when they were covering injuries and whatnot. His name escapes me, but there was a scrum half, Kiwi scrum half, that they brought over to fill in because they just didn't have the numbers in one of the teams. Yeah, his name escapes me, but I remember Trader, I thought, back in the day. Yeah, clubs just pay out the remaining money now. Yeah, it's not so much a transfer fee, it's just this is the value of the contract. Or they keep paying a certain amount to get them to leave early. We agree upon, okay, well, we'll pay this portion of the contract ongoing, so you still get a payday. And Gus has a lot of good things to say about it, actually. Well, when I say good things, I mean interesting, about the contracts and salary cap and top loading and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Clauses in contracts, that's one. I mean, Fatty was talking about he got offered a new place to live, a new job, a new car. There was one of the Panthers boys, isn't there, that got hooked up with a new job so that he could attend training more often. I don't think it was anything to do with the contract. It was just so that he
was just to help him out when he first started. The big prop, not Fisher Harris, the other fella.
Leota?
Yeah, Moses Leota. He would turn up to training late and still be dirty from his work as a builder's labourer. And Jim Jones is the talent scout, I guess, or the player developer, and spotted him and managed to get him away from the evil look of the coaches, and asked him what was going on, and he told him that he'd been at work all day, and Rod Walker has put up on the chat there that he got him a job down the road at Penrith, and the story goes that Jim Jones rang a few weeks later to see how Moses was going, and he got told that he hadn't missed a day, that he was there every day, and Jim Jones knew he had somebody that was going to be part of that new Penrith to build that big future. So, yeah. There you go.
A new wife.
Apparently, and he's got little children now too. Yeah.
Yeah, so that had nothing to do with the contract. That was just something that they did for it. Interesting in Fatty's story as well, that he said he was a groundskeeper. I never would have pictured that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
test.
They just had to do it, didn't they?
Yep. Well, that's a big thing, and I know I'm getting off on a tangent. We always do, but that was a big thing that sort of happened. When there was that sort of mid-90s fall of the All Blacks, that was a lot of discussion around that. Was these All Blacks players back in the day, they were all farmers, and so they were doing all this heavy, intense work, and like carrying sheep around on their backs and whatnot. I don't know what, but that's what they were doing, and so they had that just roughness and intensity about them, that when the sport kind of went professional, there was no spot for the farmers anymore. And I remember that being a point of conversation in that All Blacks fall from grace during the mid-90s, which they obviously ended up sorting out afterwards, but they went through a real lean period there, and that was a big topic of conversation, was we don't have the farmers anymore. They're all weak, pretty boys. Don't know how to do the hard yards. Feels like something Tommy would have said. Tommy Raudonikis.
Yeah.
They're not tough anymore, the boys. UFC says, in my opinion, the excess red cards ruined rugby union. Well, interesting that you say that, but because rugby league's kind of headed in the same direction with the send-offs and penalties and whatnot, which was bound to happen at some point. But yeah, it's hard to distinguish between the two anymore, really, I think. Just personally had this conversation with Morgan not that long ago, because I commented that I'd be watching the rugby, and he was like, "Oh, enjoy all your send-offs," or something he said. And I said, "It's not that. A rugby league game is not too dissimilar anymore, mate. I don't know what you're talking about." But anyway, that's just my 2 cents on that. It's supposed to be about contracts. Realistically, we probably shouldn't even bother with a topic. We should just say, chat room, here we are. What would you like to talk about?
I'm not too sure about that, because even the talk about Moses Leota seemed to drift into some dangerous territory there. So, yeah, I wouldn't leave it entirely up to the chat room.
Well, no, there has to be some limits, of course.
There has to be what?
Some limits.
Yeah, and I think we came very close to those limits today. If you're able to go back and read the chat room.
I could, but yeah, I'm feeling like I probably shouldn't.
And yeah, but there you go. Yeah, well, so I wouldn't leave it entirely up to them, but I would certainly take suggestions, because my observation so far, just from the couple of days we've done this, is there's some clever blokes there, and they've got some good thoughts, and maybe should put their resumes into some of the clubs, as CEOs.
I've thought about doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, not as a CEO, just as some sort of advisor.
Yeah.
Gus Gould type of role.
That'd be all right.
I can tell clubs where they're going wrong. Like James, okay, I think Parramatta know this, James, but Morgan Harper is not a winger, for example. Did you see that game? Anyway, that's a whole other thing. He came in and I know that it's something that infuriates you as much as it infuriates me, is when the winger ends up about 40 metres infield off his wing.
Yeah.
But in fairness, he's not a natural winger. They just sort of fit him in there.
That's you're in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, the whole stream. That whole stream was just bagging out poor old Morgan Harper, just constantly being in off his wing. Okay, so I better show some more videos before we run out of time. And I promise it's nothing gruesome. It's not
A
anybody.
couple of little ones to tell you. So when I was 18,
No, we've heard from you, Fatty. This is not anything to do with people breaking legs or anything like that. It's just contracts. And it leads in perfectly from my conversation about I'd be able to get in there as an advisor of some sort and tell you what's good and tell you what's bad. Tell you, okay, there's certain things that you can do that justify a potential increase in contract. I mean, Taruva, for example, from the Panthers, every week I think he adds value to himself just by the way he plays. He does good things out on the field, and he's just very, very solid all around. So things that you do well lead to...
Sorry, I was just laughing about Michelle taking over the Broncos.
Well, if Michelle, and I don't know, she might be secretly listening and she'll be sitting there going, let's see if they say anything about me. If he says,
a bad move.
if he says anything about me, I know where he lives, and I'll be over there. But I was just going to say, and I think the chat room can completely agree with this statement. If Michelle, before she gets involved in anything to do with a club, I think she probably needs to study up on the rules a little bit first. I mean, I think the chat room can certainly agree with that. All right, so this was a good one that happened. Now, this was in the top 14, I believe it was, in Rugby Union. Now, this is an example of something that can increase a contract value when you pull off a try like this one. The kick in behind the winger, he races back and collects it. He's in his own in goal here. Beats one, chips over the top, almost wipes out the injured player on the field, beats another, goes the length of the field, and he's going to run around and score onto the post. I love how he almost trampled the poor injured guy on the
He's a confident
field
player,
as well.
isn't he? How many players would have the
Here we go.
confidence to do that?
Old mate there, down injured in back play, nearly gets the ball landing on his head. But that was a big play, that one. So there's an example of something that can boost your contract value. Now, hopefully that's not playing still in the background. Now, what about opportunities? Opportunities are few and far between sometimes in professional sport. Sometimes you've just got to go out there and take it. And this little fella went out there and take it on. I think he's done enough to deserve a contract. He's certainly better than some of the players that we see on the big money. And he's not sticking around waiting to be discovered. He's getting out there and getting involved and making sure he gets seen. Here he comes. Look at him flying out there after the ball.
Yeah.
And he makes a play at it too.
Yeah.
Steals it, bumps it ahead. He's made a break down the sideline, tackles a couple of guys. Sign him up.
Canterbury.
Sign him up, the little fella. And of course, last but not least, and humorously enough, there's always the things that you can do that can cost you contract money. And there's so many classic examples of this in rugby. So the one that I'm going to turn to is, well, I'm not sure what that other one is there, but we'll check it out and see. But one is definitely from the soccer. And it wouldn't be that one. It'd be this one. Gets the through ball, taps it down, stands up the goalkeeper, just plug it into the net, mate. Don't gloat. Don't gloat. Don't showboat. Just put it in the net. No! Off the post and away, and that's going to cost you some contract money right there. And I think this one here was probably supposed to be, there's one that I had over here of, I thought that this one might give you some memories of little me playing sports or computer games at least. When things don't go your way and you just decide, bugger it, I'm done. Oh, actually, this is a good one too. We'll put
This is not how to run between the wickets. This is not how to run between the wickets. I'm not quite sure what she's doing there, Hayley Matthews.
What is this?
What she was doing, he was panicking. Now, the bat, what is going on with the bat? Switch. What is going on? How many different ways can you hold it?
This is not how to run between the wickets. I'm not quite sure what she's doing there, Hayley Matthews.
Tried to get there.
What she was doing, he was panicking. Now, the bat, what is going on with the bat?
I suppose my controversial statement there could be women's sport, huh? But,
Yeah. I could open up a can of worms.
all right, now this is the one that I wanted to load up, though. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. So this is all right. Retired at the age of 6. And again, it's in the soccer. The goalkeeper's not even trying to stop it, and he still misses. And then he just goes, "No, I'm done. I don't want to play this sport. This sport is not for me."
And I remember you as a goalkeeper like that, exactly like that.
Well, I didn't want to be a goalkeeper. I wanted to be out there playing. But then, ironically enough, in high school, when we'd go kick the ball around at lunchtime or whatnot, I always wanted to be the goalkeeper.
Probably because you didn't have to move that
Yeah,
far.
no, that's exactly what it was. I didn't have to move anywhere. I could just stand there. So there,
dear me.
yeah.
He's had enough of this bloke, hasn't he?
Yep, he was done. I don't want to play anymore.
Oh dear.
I'm not cut out for this sport.
What time's your game start?
3:05.
Okay.
Warriors Knights. So, did we have anything? I mean, I talked about all kinds of other stuff. I feel like we
Well,
can.
we've got nothing more about contracts.
Oh, okay. We were done with the contracts.
We've got something there about sponsorship.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Back in the chat room there, someone raised a point about sponsorship.
Yeah. When you were out there having your lunch, did you happen to notice the sponsorship offer on the table?
No.
Ah, I'll show you
I
after.
don't look at your letters. Your mother looks at your letters.
Oh, I know she does. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be one sitting here, and it'll be like, it looks all official and stuff, and I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah.
If Mum saw this, she'd be like, "What's that? Are you going to open it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll open it. I'll open it one day." "Oh, it looks important. Open it now."
Yeah, well, you normally do open them after they're due, don't you? But, are you able to scroll back to the chat a bit?
Yeah. What are we after?
There was something a little while back before we started talking about Michelle, and there was someone raised a point about sponsorship, and it was around about the time we were talking about Fatty Vautin, I think.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, if we can't find it, it was just an interesting thing that I found when I was doing the research on Dennis Tutty, was in 1976. Eastern Suburbs Roosters, they were then, were the first club to have sponsorship name on their jerseys.
Ah, yep.
City Ford in Sydney, and it turned out that the owner of City Ford at the time was Nick Politis, who's now pretty much the owner of the Roosters.
Yeah, I was going to say a name that you should all be very familiar with.
Yeah, when he his involvement in the Eastern Suburbs Roosters is they attribute his involvement to their turnaround because in 1966 they didn't even win a game, but then in the 70s they ended up winning premierships. So,
Right.
Yeah, I can't see.
Can't see it there somewhere. No, that's all right.
One of the chaps did. Yeah.
Uncle Nick and his boosters.
Yeah.
All right, Waste of Water Sports. I better get ready for kickoff. 3:05. So it's a few minutes away. Kickoff is soon. I better get everything all set up. What do we think of the new generation setup anyway, or the current generations? It feels weird to be sitting down for me personally.
I think it looks very natural from what I see.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, a lot better than when we had you sitting down and the cameras were all the way up there. I had to look up. Yeah, so that's me looking at the normal camera that I'm on. And it kind of looks ridiculous. I'm looking off into space. Anyway, thank you so much for your company in this one, Waste of Water Sports Generations. I should play the intro again since I went to all the trouble of doing these intros. First of all, for the
there it is. Newcastle being sponsored
by Mining Guilds.
Yeah. Thank you.
There we go. So there was the eye of the pen.
I like that.
Sorry about the volume, though. I mean, it wouldn't have affected you at all, but jeez, I forgot that I had it turned up so loud for the Fatty Vautin thing. All right, I'm going to switch that down. Hopefully we don't get sued by Steel Panther. Oh, it was crazy loud. I forgot that I had it up, so
You might get sued by me. I can't hear it anyway.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully Steel Panther are happy for me to use that 10-second snippet. And of course, I mean, Limp Bizkit have got more important things to do than to chase after me for 10 seconds of theirs.
Well done, everyone. Well, that's my bit. I'll sign off.
All right, and I'll be
Ahoy.
back. I'll be back for kickoff. Warriors, Knights. All right. Wasted World of Sports, ahoy. Let's try and get this set up. The transition from generations into the game is not as easy to get to as I first thought. So, anyways, welcome along out there. Warriors Knights, it has got underway. Tiffany Salmond, who is that? I don't know who Tiffany Salmond is. All right, I've got to make sure that all my audio filters are back on. It's really only the noise gate there. All right, I reckon that's all good. The game has begun, and I do apologise for the lateness. Newcastle and the Warriors. Oh, big mistake there from Newcastle. It looks like we're getting the scrappy Newcastle. That's obviously not the right multi on the screen either. That one. Clearly not the right multi. That might have been the first mistake of the game, that one. How are we doing there? Eggs, scrambled eggs, ahoy there. Rod Walker, ahoy. James, UFC, Malcolm, ahoy there. JYD, DJ Shack's out there. J Joe, welcome along. Warriors on the attack. 30 out from the line. Justo, the orchestrator, ahoy, mate. Fifth and last, the first attacking shot. Can I do a 360-degree twirl and show your jacket off to the camera? The ball comes down for the Warriors. This could be a try. Rocco Berry. It's gone up as no try. I need Rocco Berry. I mean, not personally in my life. I just mean for try scorer. Rod Walker from the stands. Thank you so much, Rod. Cheers, mate. Oh, it's off the face. And then he gets a touch on it. Oh, that's going to rob me, that. Rocco Berry would have been fabulous for my multi. I need Rocco Berry in this one, Talakai in the next one. Rod Walker, thank you so much, sir. Welcome aboard. Supporting the Wasted World of Sports from the stands there. Channel membership. Channel membership's going off. That's the second one this weekend. I appreciate you all, seriously. I think we've got a great little YouTube family here building, a nice community building here at the Wasted World of Sports. All a good bunch of lads and ladettes. I'm assuming there's a couple of ladettes out there. Well, the Knights survived that one. And a golden opportunity early for the Warriors, and it was Rocco Berry. That would have been great for my multi, as I was saying. Rocco Berry, anytime try scorer, will be fabulous for me right about now. Ponga gets the kick away. Was he taken late? Will this be penalised? No. Common sense prevails. And it's Wateni Zelezniak with it at the back. Penalty to the Warriors. Penalty Warriors. There are no women, let's be honest. Well, I know one. There's definitely one. Because I know she's a channel member because I went to school with her. So there's definitely one. And there's Mel, the Warrior. Mel, the Warriors supporter. And Stephanie, Stay Funny Steph. Okay, so there's at least three. The penalty kick goes into touch and the Warriors have it 30 out. They can mount an attack here. They've started well here, the Warriors. I'm still trying to set things up here, by the way. Johnson with the short ball to Capewell. Curtis Capewell. He's wrapped up. Nowhere to go. Now they go out to the left. Numbers to burn out here for the Warriors, but the Knights slide across and shut it down. Oh, I thought it was on there. As you can see, I'm going for the Warriors in this game. No, not yet, Knee Crumbler. I'm getting everything set up, buddy. We just finished. We ran a little bit late with the Generations podcast with the old Panther there. And so I'm just, I'm still setting everything up. I've only just, in the past couple of minutes, jumped on and got everything up and running. So, no, not at all, mate. And as I've said, the best cure for a hangover is just drink again. So, oh, Rod Walker. 250 Filipino peso. Is that what it's called? Peso? Is it called pesos? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much there, Rod. Sorry, I just had to ask. There's a Filipino in the house. There's a Filipina in the house. I had to ask. Set for set here, both teams. Ah, Michelle, ahoy there. We definitely weren't talking about you in the Generations podcast. No, ma'am. Did not happen. Hem Prasad, ahoy there, mate. Go Newcastle. Oh, Fanua Blake's down in back play. That's not good for my multi. The kick is taken on the fall by Ponga at the back. Well positioned. Go Warriors, says Scrambled Egg, as Newcastle bring it out from their line. What did you just post in the chat room, Michelle? Fifth and last, the Knights. The kick is taken. And the Warriors bring it back. All right. This is actually going to go a lot better if I just switch off for a second and get this set up properly. I'm still here. I can still talk, I suppose, but this will just go a lot smoother if I just go ahead and close it down and get this set up. Then I can concentrate on the action for you all. Up over halfway here on tackle 5, the Warriors. Oh, he's hurt. Is that Metcalf? Luke Metcalf, he's down. All right, there we go. I've got my team sheets up. Now I'm going to know. I mean, there's no real point me having the team sheets up, to be perfectly honest. I still get everybody confused anyway. So I don't know really don't know what the purpose is. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and sort out Discord. The Discord. Wait, there's a Beetlejuice sequel? Really? Is that legitimate, or is it AI generated like the Back to the Future one that had everybody fooled? There's an AI generated Back to the Future what's it called, trailer for a new Back to the Future movie, which obviously isn't happening. But it was AI generated. It's fabulous. I mean, it's. I can understand why people were getting fooled by it. It's very believable. All right, I'm just getting Discord sorted out. There is an injury break in the game, by the way. Luke Metcalf is literally being carried off the ground. That's terrible news for the Warriors. That's very bad. Harris Tavita on. Weren't expecting to see him so quickly. That looked like a world of hurt for Metcalf. Through the hands, Newcastle. Out the right is Thomas Jenkins, but he's well covered. Easily covered in defence. Frizzell takes tackle 4. Up over halfway they go. Cogger out the back. Good shape here for the Knights, and quick ball creates a wide open line for Tuala. He has to cut back in field. Not wanting to cut in field there. And the little stab kick through, but the Warriors have it. All right, I'll be right back. I think I'm ready to go now. There we go. Penalty to the Warriors. Okay, thankfully we didn't miss a whole lot. Sorry about that. I had to... The transition between Generations Vodcast and the live stream of the game, very, very difficult as it transpires. And I was nowhere near prepared for it. You'd think I would be by now, but no, I wasn't. So, yeah, what am I? About 12 minutes late to this game. But now we're all sorted. I've got my drink. I've got all my screens set up. We're ready to roll. Okay, and I can now properly say thank you. Cheers, Rod Walker, for joining the channel membership. Very much appreciate that, mate. And also thank you so much for the 250 Filipino peso. Oh, what do I say? Kamusta? Is that right? As I always say, very much appreciated. Certainly not expected. Thank you so much for all that, my friends. Seven and a half minutes gone, or is that wrong? Does that need updating? That needs updating. Oh, salamat. Okay. Salamat. Scrum down here, Warriors. Johnson. Short pass off the shoulder to Adam Pompey. We need Rocco Berry, anytime try scorer. Johnson again to Barnett. Barnett dummies. 10 meters out here. Tackles up the sleeve here, the Warriors. Johnson takes it in. Bad pass, he had to reach forward for it, but keeps the ball alive. Egan from dummy half. Wrapped up. Newcastle's defence holding firm at the moment, but they give away a 6 again. A crucial set restart here. Tuivasa-Sheck up in the line. He's wrapped up. Look for a big game from Tuivasa-Sheck today. Harris Tavita. Oh, Justo, the orchestrator. Welcome back, sir. Oh, no, a mistake in front of the post. Backwards, says the referee. Knocked backwards. Kalen Ponga can't believe it. He is blowing up big time. Oh, the memberships are going off this weekend. Yeah, welcome back, Justo. As a matter of fact, I should still have you set up from last time. Set up from last season. A miraculous offload from Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. It ends up back with Sean Johnson, I had to think about that. Sean Johnson puts the kick through and the Knights hold on. Cumbrian McKem, ahoy there, mate. I think you've got a Warriors jersey, don't you, Justo? Oh, by the way, Rod, what jersey would you like on the Wasted Water Sports All-Stars, mate? Or do you not particularly care one way or the other? It's all just a little bit of fun at the end of the day as Kalen Ponga gets the kick away. Taken on the full by DWZ. Oh, Panthers. Nice. Crushing defense on Mr. Soulglow. Rocked him backwards. And now straight through goes Montoya. Wrapped up by Phoenix Crossland. Kiwi on Kiwi there. Sometimes I forget that Phoenix Crossland is a Kiwi. Tackle 3, they're up over halfway. The Warriors have sprung to life. Another 6 again. On the back of that break from Montoya. It's front football city for the Warriors here. Barnett takes tackle 2. 30 metres out from the line or thereabouts. Johnson, flat pass to Fanua Blake. Got the arms free, but couldn't get an offload away. Short side again. Johnson to Jackson Ford. And Jackson Ford will score the first try of the game. The Warriors are in. 4 points to 0. Jackson Ford scores. What a try there for the Warriors. It all started way back upfield. The break from Montoya led to the 6 again. Set restart. And they just peppered that short side. Johnson, short passes off the shoulder. Fanua Blake first. Threatened to go through. Jackson Ford does go through. Slips away from the tackle. 4 points to 0. What a start for the Warriors. Ponga got an arm in there. Almost knocks it free. Just a second too late. A good effort nonetheless there from Kalen. James, thank you, mate. James screams out loud. The best NRL channel on YouTube. That's some extremely kind words. Best NRL Discord server as well, I dare say. Mind you, of course, the Discord channel is not all about NRL. We talk about everything over there. Sean Johnson from right beside the post. Discord. It's just very quiet, James, is the only problem. It's very quiet and there's a mixture of all my different channels in one place. So I think that's the cause of the quietness, because the gaming people are not interested in the footy talk. So the footy talk is always just what? It's always just you, me, and DJ Shaq. We may as well just have those conversations here. Travis, ahoy there, mate. Who have I got next week? Rabbitohs or the Warriors? Travis has got the Bunnies. Yeah. Whew. Am I allowed to see how the rest of this game plays out and then answer? At the moment, though, I'd have to say the Warriors slightly. Because it's in Australia, isn't it? If it were over in New Zealand, hands down, Warriors. The fact that it's going to be in Sydney, I believe. Maybe. Warriors lead 6 points to 0. Has that updated? Yes, it has. Excellent. 6 points to 0 to the home team. I did, James. I did. Very, very interesting stuff. They have not. Straight through now goes Wade Egan. Where's the support? Outside Tavita Harris. Oh, hang on. Harris Tavita. Not Tavita Harris. And the Warriors have gone back to back. $10 points to nil. Kick to come now. Wade Egan sells the dummy. Where was the support? There it was on his left shoulder. Chanel Harris Tavita. Not Tavita Harris, like I said, instinctively. Remember, oh, James, speaking of that, remember when Reece Walsh was at the Warriors? I was constantly getting those two bastards confused. Until you see a close-up from those wide shots. I had to rely on the fact that Harris Tavita was a bit taller than Reece Walsh. And Reece Walsh was Reece Walsh was the one making the errors, and Harris Tavita was not. That was the other way to tell them apart. But yeah, they really do look alike. Clones! If anyone questions cloning capabilities. Conversion from right in front, successful. From Sean Johnson, and it's 12 points to nil. What a start for the Warriors. DJ Shack says Warriors a different team when they're in New Zealand. They absolutely are. And UFC hit the nail right on the head. The travel, of course. JYD says, does my multi include injury replacement? I had Metcalf. Bad news on that front, JYD. I've got some bad news. Excuse me. No, it doesn't. For Noah Blake, up to the 40. Playing with a lot of momentum. The Warriors. Can they go 3 in a row? Flat pass there to Tohu Harris. My hair twin, by the way. What I like to call him. Fifth and last, Johnson goes high for the corner. And the Knights lose it. He's offside there. If the Knights have touched it, the referee doesn't call it. They're going to get a penalty here, Newcastle. Witeni Zalesniak was playing for the call, but he held on so long, he ends up giving the penalty away. Let's see. Oh. Has it been touched by the Knights? If it was, then that's a knock-on and an offside. I feel like some shenanigans have gone on there. Rod Walker says the NRL should have given the Warriors more home games for a couple of years post-lockdown. They stuck it out in Oz for the sake of the comp. Very good topic of conversation, that one, Rod, and definitely one that has been discussed by the expert panelists ad nauseum. They're even discussing something like a magic round sort of scenario over there. Buzz Lightyear, ahoy, mate. Is Metcalf out for the game? I think so, mate. He got carried off. He was literally... I don't know if it's been officially made, the decision, but he was carried off. It didn't look good. If you get carried from the field, I think your chances of coming back are pretty slim. Cogger puts the ball high. Pressure at the back. Well taken in the air. Flying through the air like Superman. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. And the Warriors now can bring it out from their own line. Wateni Zelezniak doing the hard yards. VB hard-earned index. Barnett, he's had a good start to the game. Gets the offload. Johnson has it in midfield. Out to Capewell. Capewell flicks it on. Rocco Berry goes up over halfway. Fifth and last. Johnson from the 40. It's high. It's tapped back from Newcastle. Ponga loses it backwards, Ponga, and has to surrender in the tackle. Scrappy stuff there from Newcastle. But at least they've got the ball. I need Rocco Berry. That'd be a nice one, Rocco Berry. Rod Walker says Rocco Berry sounds like a good 70s porn name. Cut out pass. Puts Tuala in space. Here come Newcastle. Tuivasa-Sheck places himself perfectly to make the try-saving tackle. Now Kalen Ponga scoots from dummy half. And that is solid defense in the end. Scrambling well there, the Warriors. But put it down to Tuivasa-Sheck. He got himself placed immaculately. Yeah, but the funny thing is, Rod, I used to call, last season, I used to call Rocco Berry porn star, I believe. That was my affectionate nickname for him all last season. And now it's just sort of morphed into me calling him by his actual name. Although I think I called him 80s porn star. I think I gave him an extra decade. Travis asks if I support any team. I support the Sharks primarily, but I also support the Panthers because that's my dad's team and they win more than my team. Kick in behind, pops up kindly for Ponga. Ponga now runs about 70 metres across field and then straightens Ponga and stands up. Tohu Harris. What a return from Ponga. I was about to give him a whole load of bollocks for running so far across field, and then it suddenly just opened up for him. The cheeky bugger. "14 and a half minutes to go until the break. Got to make sure that that scoreboard's still keeping up. Crossland from dummy half, wrapped up. Jackson Ford dives at him, takes him down. Newcastle, though, some front foot ball. Some numbers out to the right. No, it's well read there by the Warriors' defense. Fifth and last, 25 out from the line. Tyson Gamble puts it high, straight down the gullet of Tuivasa-Sheck, who winds up and brings it back. 14 minutes to go till the break. The Warriors now bringing it out from their own end. It's all good, Rod. There's absolutely no need to apologise for that, mate. I say the same stuff week in, week out. Jeez. For anyone who was here for that Parramatta stream with Morgan Harper on the wing, I said the same thing constantly for about 3 hours. Fifth and last, they put it high. Johnson, pressure on the take. It's done well at the back by Tuala. Once more. I'm in this nasty habit of messing about with the microphone stand. I need to be doing something with my hands, so I'm always grabbing hold of the microphone stand. Doesn't seem to have any effect on it, so that's all right. Newcastle ball, tackle 3, and it's a penalty against the home team. The Knights are much needed relief. Get a stress ball. Well, maybe when I first started the channel, season 1 of the Wasted World of Sports, we were going to have stress balls made. there were these stress balls. I can still get them done in the shape of little footies with the Wasted World of Sports logo on it. That was going to be our first batch of merchandise. Here I am, 2 seasons and 4 rounds in, and I still haven't had the buggers made. Tackle 3 here for Newcastle. Ponga out the back, tapped on and way over the sideline. Heel Fries probably... maybe that's why Heel Fries doesn't really hang out here anymore. It's because son of a bitch never made those stress balls that he kept promising. And the keychains. Remember, I was going to do the stress balls and the keychains. That was going to be our first 2 bits of merchandise. It ended up being print-on-demand t-shirts because it was just cheaper and easier. Which is fair. I mean, in defense of myself, it is fair. That would have been quite expensive to have produced for essentially a startup YouTube channel. So maybe it's something that's a little bit more realistic this season. Warriors with the ball, though. Back to the game. Bunty, a fella. Big bad Bunty. Takes it up over halfway. Oh, I love his hair. I aspire to have hair like that one day. James, I don't know about you, mate, but I count about 17 forward passes so far between both teams that have not been called out there today. Kalen Ponga diffuses the high ball and the Knights have it back. So apart from that little spell there where the Warriors went back-to-back try scoring, they've now given away another penalty, the Warriors. And again, they're continuing this trend of just being in and out of games. The roller coaster of a Warriors game continues. They give away a penalty for inside the 10 meters. Just invite it. They get out to these leads, and then they start this chain of penalties and invite the opposition back into the contest. And they just do it every single week. If you want hair like Bunty, use coconut oil. Yeah, right. I don't know what I've got out there for my beard, but that's for my beard. I've got all kinds of product for my beard. It's ridiculous. I honestly think, in all honesty, I think I've got more product there in the bathroom for my beard than my partner does entirely. Which is just hilarious to think about. That's how much care and dedication I put into my beard. But anyway, 5th and last here for the Knights. They're 20 out from the line. Short side play. Cogger with the cutout pass to Bradman Best, and Best is wrapped up. He's had a quiet start to the season, Bradman Best. Had a big year last year, didn't he? Very quiet to start this season. Witeni Zalesniak is lined up. Tackle 3 at the 30-meter line. They're going 10 meters at a time here, the Warriors. Harris, my hair twin. Almost up to halfway. Tackle 5. The Knights are just slowly starting to wrestle back the territory battle here. Ponga takes the kick on the full. Lines up his options. Tries to step through again. He took on Big Bad Bunty. And he didn't win. Big defense in midfield there. Driving Jenkins backwards. And the Knights lose meters there. Tackle 3 now. 40 out. From their own line, that is. Cogger to Pierce Paul. Up over halfway, getting those big giraffe legs going. And he goes all the way up to the 40 on the Warriors side of halfway. Out the back of shape is Cogger to Gamble. Gamble fires it out to Jenkins. It goes behind him though, and he has to fall on it. The play comes to an end. Fifth and last. Cogger puts a Burton special up. Oh, and it's taken at the back by Tuivasa-Sheck, who steps the first man, steps the second man. He bumps off the third. Oh, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, what a kick return. Step, bump. And now front foot ball for the Warriors. Montoya backs it up with a big charge. And now Watene Zelezniak's up over halfway. The pass out wide and space for Rocco Berry, who loses it forward in the tackle. Rocco Berry, the porn star, drops his ball. Tuivasa-Sheck, though, back in his prime position. Steps one, steps two, bumps off a third. That's what you like to see. Tuivasa-Sheck in full flight. A sight to behold. The home crowd boos. But the call has been made. Newcastle do have it. Five and a half minutes to go till the halftime break. Yeah, that's right. The scoreboard's correct. Big defense in midfield. Bunty Afoa just stopped Adam Elliott right in his tracks. It's all right, scrambled eggs. I told James, I said to James to leave you alone. So as long as you behave yourself, it'll be all right, mate. As Tyson Frizzell collects a grubber kick through, and the Knights have hit back. Who put the kick in? It was Tyson Gamble. The ball pops up for Frizzell, and in amongst that, he scores the try, Tyson. $12 points to 4. The Knights have hit back. JYD says the Warriors could do with a couple of decent centres. Not a fan of Rocco Berry and Adam Pompey. No? Okay, fair enough. I mean, if you look through that back line, Sean Johnson, Luke Metcalf. I mean, Luke Metcalf's off now, but the starting back line was Sean Johnson, Luke Metcalf, Marcelo Montoya, Adam Pompey, Rocco Berry, Watene Zelezniak, and Tuivasa-Sheck. There are a couple of standout players that are not quite like the others, isn't there? In fairness, to your point, JYD. Some of these things are not like the others. Still, solid enough players, though, I would have thought. Kalen Ponga converts. Easy kick, and he made it look easy. And I also can't help but notice that Kalen Ponga's ditched the Slim Shady haircut, or the hairstyle. The hair colouring is gone. He's gone back to his natural hair. I wonder if he just got all kinds of immense crap about it. He probably kept rocking up to training, and people would be saying, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? Or they'd be saying, Kalen, what year do you think this is, mate, with bleached blonde hair? Apologies if anyone out there in the chat room has bleached blonde hair, and I've just insulted bleached blonde hair. The Knee Crumbler says that try is a direct result of the ref cheating. Not necessarily cheating, Knee Crumbler. I will personally refrain from using the C word. But there was definitely, it appeared like there was definitely a missed call there that went the Knights' way. And it does make you start to question whether or not these decisions are made just to keep things closer, is all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to raise, is maybe, because it might have been devastating for the viewership numbers on TV if the Warriors went out 18 points to 0. That's all I'm going to say about that. Fifth and last for the Knights on the back of points. They made it up to halfway. Ponga gets the kick away. Oh, and it's dropped by Tuivasa-Sheck. Oh, I've just been talking him up, and he's gone and made a big mistake. And now the Knights have numbers to burn out to the right. It's a 64 on one overlap, and they've somehow ballsed it up. I can't believe they didn't score there, the Knights. They had literally had 84 on one out to the right, and somehow they have not scored. Incredible. Bradman Best now straightens. They've got to do it the hard way. There was a try just gone begging there. Now they've got to do the hard yards up the middle. A minute and a half to the break. They should have had the potentially match-tying score there. Gamble shows inside, goes outside. Ponga to Best. Best feeds it on to Tuala. Tuala's got nowhere to go. Tackle 4. Ponga in at first receiver. Puts the kick in for Frizzell. Are you kidding me? Frizzell! It almost popped up for him. What a double that would have been for Tyson Frizzell. But the Warriors just get there and slap the ball dead. And JYD can't help but notice that these kicks are targeting the centres. Rocco Berry, the porn star, and Adam Pompey, the volcano. The volcano. I don't know. Long dropout, and the Knights have 30 seconds to try and make a play here. Tie this game up at the halftime break. I hope they don't, because I'm not going for them. But we'll see. Hetherington keeps it alive, gets the arms free, offloads to Crossland, but the referee says, no, you were held, mate. This will be the last play of the half. Still going is Croker. All right. Can he get the play of the ball away? He can. This is it. Last play now. Cogger fires it out to Bradman Best. Best offloads back to Ponga. It's loose. He loses it behind him. Ponga, crossfield kick. It's going to bounce in front of the post, and it pops up. Oh, the Warriors get there. And it falls for Montoya. Montoya brings it back and threatens to run away. Bo Unit, Ahoy there. Up the Tigers. $12 points to 6. The Warriors hold on to the lead at the halftime break. But crazy to think, the Warriors, they always do this, don't they? They always do it. They've raced out to a lead, and then they've just fallen off a cliff. And they've allowed the Knights right back into this one. I would say, despite the scoreline, boo! Boo! Sorry, Ricky Stewart's on the screen. Despite the scoreline, I would say that the Knights finished that half slightly on top. It's going to be very interesting to see how this second 40 goes. The Warriors just continue to swing in and out of games. In and out. James says, is it me or does Montoya look 40? I don't know about that. Hang on, let me bring up his profile photo. Let's have a closer examination of his profile picture. Christ almighty. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough call, James. Born in 1996, so what does that make him? Oh, 28. It says it right. It actually says it on the screen. Yeah, okay. He looks, I don't know that I necessarily would have said 40, but he's definitely looking older than 28. That's got to be a lie. I feel like somebody fibbed on their birth certificate so that they could keep their contract numbers up, speaking of contracts. Going back to the Generations Vodcast topic. James says he looks like an extra from Lord of the Rings. There's a few players that could be extras in Lord of the Rings, to be perfectly honest. I can picture Tohu Harris in a big woolly cape. I mean, look, honestly, I've never seen Lord of the Rings, so I'm just basing this on memes and imagery that I've seen. Don't really know. $12 points to 6. The Warriors have held on for the lead at halftime. Wasted Water Sports. I'm going to have a very quick break, and we'll be back for the second half action very, very shortly. Break time indeed. I meant break time for me, James, not for Egg. What did he do this time? Poor Egg. I think you need to cut him some slack, James. Kind of reminds me of that episode of Futurama when Bender's thoughts were being broadcast over the radio waves. Now it reminds me of that episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where Will and Carlton ended up in jail with that the criminal that ended up being an opera singer or a show singer. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm pretty sure I just walloped her head into the microphone. Oh my god. You okay? Yeah, you're alright. Sorry about that. Yeah. That wasn't good at all. A falcon. A falcon for Falcor. $12 points to 6 at halftime. The Warriors with the lead. They really fell away at the back end of that half, though, didn't they? And they have a tendency to do this, the Warriors. What a team they would be if they could play for the full 40 or the full 80. I mean, start with the full 40. A full 80 is obviously what you aspire to, but a full 40 would be good. Game ML, ahoy! Game ML's starting to lose a little bit of ground to me in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. I'm on my way back for top spot. That's what I am. Game ML's just like, yep, I knew it. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Talk about your Melbourne Storm, Game ML. The bye could not have come at a better time, right? Gives the Storm, excuse me, gives the Storm a chance to get over some of these injury concerns and get themselves back on track. What is this? Oh. Okay, cool. My lawnmower guy's coming tomorrow to do the lawn, depending on the weather. Okay, awesome. Why is he working on a public holiday? Oh, well, not for me to question. I need my lawn mowed. That's what I pay him for, I suppose. What would you do, Dan? About what? What? Ah, what's the question? Game ML says, what happened to Metcalf? I didn't see, actually, exactly what happened, but he busted himself up quite bad. He had to be carried off the field. And when I say carried off the field, I just mean like an arm around this trainer, an arm around the other trainer, him in the middle being carried. So he obviously did something to his legs, his foot, his ankle, some sort of, yeah, busted up quite badly. When you have to get carried off the field, who's been a sookie today, huh? Who's been a sook? Read the above comment. How far back? Second half is underway. The Warriors with the kickoff. Leading 12 points to 6. But as I was saying, I feel like the Knights, they sort of, despite the scoreline, finished slightly on top in that half. And possibly they went to the sheds the happier of the two teams. As I say, despite the scoreline. Brazil gets rocked backwards in the tackle. Fifth and last for the Knights on halfway. Cogger puts it high. Forward and taking it to Avasashek, was it? Or Montoya? Montoya, no, it was to Avasashek. That's all good. That's Montoya. There's Montoya, the 40-year-old, 28-year-old. Capewell, up over halfway. Good field position building up here for the Warriors. 2 tackles left. Harris, flat pass to Bunty. 40 out from the Newcastle line. Johnson puts it high. How's the kick chase? Oh, well taken in the end by Tuala. He's going dangerously close to the sideline, though, Tuala. And Weteni Zalesniak resists the urge to drag him in a second effort over the sideline. Rod Walker says, been some frantic finishes this weekend. This game may produce it as well. Very possibly. I mean, the Warriors need to pick up their act a little bit. Oh, huge hit by... Who was in there? Capewell was in there. Croker was in there. Barnett or Ford, I think it might have been in there. Fifth and last, Newcastle from inside the 40. Gamble kicks. No threat of a 40-20. And it's going to sit up for Wateni Zalesniak. $12 points to 6. The Warriors, slight lead. Tuivasa-Sheck. Oh, he's given a big don't argue to Cogger. Cogger, credit to him for holding on. Coming back at him. He has been immense tonight at fullback. Tuivasa-Sheck. If there were ever any doubt about his prime position, it probably got answered. He was the makeshift fullback last week. Starting there this week. Johnson steps. He's caught by Crossland in cover. Fifth and last. Johnson's out of play for the kick. So where do they go? Metcalf's off as well, remember. It's Egan. To Harris Tavita. Harris Tavita kicks. It's taken on the full by Montoya. And the Warriors with a very great start to the second half. It's a try for Marcelo Montoya, the 40-year-old, 28-year-old. How's that for my multis? I need Rocco Berry for my main one. I don't think I've got Montoya anywhere in my multi collection. 16 points to 6, the kick to come. Warriors. Try confirmed. Wasted Water Sports, big game coming up next, of course. Big game coming up next. After this one, the Sharks Raiders. The Sharks, a lot of injury concerns. As a supporter, I'm very, very concerned. It could be a long old Sunday evening for me. Sean Johnson brings it back around. Through it goes, 18 points to 6. Someone in the crowd showing off their fantasy points. But yay, I had Montoya in my team. Go. Move Alara's chair closer to me. The knee crumbler says 1,200 to 6. The final score prediction. Rod Walker says, let's fire up some shots. Some Jaeger bombs. Big bad Bunty Afoa from the kickoff. Big charge into the defensive line. Niokore up to the 40. Harris at halfway now. Tackle 4. Can the Warriors go back to back again? They're pretty good at it. Tuivasa-Sheck, great run. Fifth and last. 40 out from the Knights line. Johnson dummies the kick, has a run, then puts the kick in. It's dangerously close to the sideline. Tuala does the splits. Gets a foot over the sideline and it's out on the full. Johnson, as soon as it left the boot, you could tell that was dangerously close to the sideline. It was great work there for the Newcastle winger. Oh, and Rod Walker. James, that's on you, mate. That's your fault. I've told you, stop promising people things that won't happen. Well, not that you promised, but people see the spanner and they think there's an authoritative contributor to the chat, and they take your word for it. He's got a spanner next to his name, that bloke. He knows what he's talking about. Rod, you've been lied to, mate. I don't do shots. I'll do the goddamn shot. Cheers. And a chaser, because I really didn't want to. Rod Walker with another 250 peso super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Cheers. Tuivasa Shek again looking threatening. Not much left. I need a refill. Harris, good charge. My hair twin. I better make an order before the next game. Johnson puts it high, taken by Tuala again. Tuala has diffused pretty much everything that's gone his way. He's been very solid over there. Inari Tuala. Crossland wants a quick play of the ball. Doesn't get it. Not a lot of meters here for Newcastle. Fifth and last. Ponga on halfway. Puts it high. Wateni Zalesniak moves forward and Mr. Soul Glow himself takes it. Kick defusal. Done perfectly. Tackle 2, and they're over halfway. This is good field position here for the Warriors. Viking Axe, ahoy there, mate. Oh, thank you, Viking. The scoreboard was frozen. Through the hands now, Johnson. But cutting back infield is Tuivasa Shek. Fifth and last. 20 out from the Knights line. Johnson puts the grubber kick in. It pops up for Ponga. And he surrenders a metre out from his own line here, Kalen. Ten minutes gone in the second half. It's raced by. Penalty. No. He's told to go back onto the mark and play it. You worry every time you hear that referee's whistle. It's like, what's he called a penalty for now? No, he just said, go back to the mark and play the ball. Tackle 3, Knights. Hard going at the moment here for Newcastle. There's not a lot of space out there for them. Fifth and last. They've only made 30 metres. The kick will be from their own 30-metre line. And it's taken on the fall by Montoya. And the Warriors will start this set 5 short of halfway. Viking Axe was tipping the Knights 13+, but changed it back to the ref. Soul Glow. 40 out from the Knights line now. Tackle 3. 29 minutes left. Vautin Zelezniak's been solid, but yeah, certainly not his normal electric self. He's been solid, but not outstanding. That's how I'd describe his game so far. Johnson, flat pass there to Kurt Capewell. Capewell, still going, gets the arms free, has his pants pulled down, and now loses the ball. And Matt Croker has it for Newcastle. Capewell thought he was through there. I need Rocco Berry. Rocco Berry in this game. Talakai in the next. Since I got absolutely rorted in the baseball today. That wasn't fun. Jenkins for Newcastle. Their tackle driven backwards. A three-man defensive effort there for the Warriors. Brazil drags three defenders with him. But Newcastle, they just haven't been able to fire a shot so far this second half. Ponga goes on a run. And he's wrapped up. Also, three-man tackle, three-man tackle, three-man tackle. The last three plays for the Warriors, getting defenders there in numbers. Fifth and last, Newcastle, 40 out. Cogger off the side of the boot, slices it badly. And it falls for Montoya. And the Warriors defuse another kick. $18 points to 6. Still so much time left. Vautin Zelezniak is pretty much... Vautin Zelezniak's game has just been taking hit-ups. For the most part. I don't recall him really being involved. JYD says, was Capewell not a centre last season? No, not at the Broncos he wasn't. He was also playing second row. He filled in at centre at Origin. Fifth and last for Queensland. Maybe not last year, but definitely the year before. The kick up is spilt by Newcastle. The Warriors have it, firing the ball out. It goes forward from Capewell. What's the referee going to call here? Whose ball is it? Lost forward by Rocco Berry. So it will be Newcastle ball. .25 and a half minutes to go. Warriors with the lead. 2 converted tries. Croker backs into the defense. Almost slides through. Up over halfway on tackle 5. Now, who's the kicking option? They go to Cogger in midfield. That's a better purchase on it this time. Cogger straight down the throat, though, of Montoya. Montoya looks for Tuivasa-Sheck. And RTS just takes the tackle. 20 out from their own line. Warriors, expansive play here. Harris Tavita, and out wide it goes now. Jackson Ford's out on the wing, of all people. The second rower playing winger. And now trying to milk a penalty as well. The referee is not interested. Montoya takes it up into midfield. I feel like that was backwards. Montoya should have been out there. Here's Barnett on a big charge. Tackle 4. Earning some field position here. The Warriors to mount an attack. From dummy half on a good run goes Wade Egan. Welcome back, DJ Shack. Oh, no. Now Wade Egan's hurt. some serious injury concerns here for the Warriors. Metcalf's already gone for the game, and now Wade Egan looks like he's busted a knee. Was this a hip drop, perhaps? Hip drop tackle. Frizzell's in there. Gamble's in there. Oh, Frizzell. No, that'd be harsh, I think. But then again, it's not about harsh, is it? It's all about the contact. And Frizzell's contact is square with the knee. I feel like there were some mitigating circumstances here, though. Frizzell did get bumped by one of the Warriors players, which caused him to fall over. He wasn't purposely diving in to make the tackle, if that makes sense. But the way that they've been calling these, I don't think he even had any intention to fall over, personally. Looks like he's getting away with it, Frizzell. Fifth and last, Johnson puts it high. Pressure on Tuala at the back. He's picked up and driven into the end goal, Tuala. And that's a result for the Warriors. Goal line dropout. Tuala's held up and driven back. JYD says, did Wade Egan score? I do not believe that he did at any point. Short-ish dropout from the Knights. One of those mid-range ones. No, the try scorers for the Warriors have been Jackson Ford, Harris Tavita, and Marcelo Montoya. Welcome back, Scrambled Eggs. Harris taken 2 meters out now, just to the right of the post. Johnson. Well, no, he doesn't get it, Johnson. Was it touched? Or was it just a really, really bad pass? A really, really bad pass, says the referee. No touch on that. Waste of a play. Mitchell Barnett takes tackle 5. 2 meters short. In front of the post, they go left. Johnson to Harris Tavita. Harris Tavita's taken in a great legs tackle by Tyson Frizzell. And that'll be a handover to the Knights, a meter out from their own line. But again, take a bow to the Knights' defense. They're under the pump, but they're not going away. They are just holding on at this point. "22 minutes to go." And then, of course, don't forget, coming up straight after this, we're going to be staying live. But straight after this, Sharks versus the Raiders. And it could be a very long old night for my team. Kalen Ponga from inside the 40 doesn't get the angle, and it's taken on the full by Wateni Zalesniak anyway. He winds up from the back fence. DWZ Mr. Soul Glow, and that hair went flying backwards. The rest of his body kept marching forward, but the hair definitely went backward. UFC only fans, RTS has not scored. No. Who did I say? Jackson Ford, Harris Tavita, and Montoya, the 3 try scorers for the Warriors. Fifth and last coming up here for the Warriors, though. Oh, the kick on tackle 4 from Johnson, and it's going to dribble over the sideline. 1 bounce. Don't know what that was all about. Just trying to slow things down, perhaps. Get the Knights down here, set the defensive line, and not let them back out. We've been talking, very quiet game from Wateni Zalesniak. RTS has been immense at fullback there, but no real try-scoring opportunity. Knights with the ball, playing down the short side. Bradman Best, speaking of quiet, Bradman Best. Daniel Saifidi now takes a hit up. He's hurt himself. He's a little bit groggy. Dan Saifidi. Quick play of the ball here. Catches the markers napping. That's a nice run from Jaden Brayley. Fifth and last now, the Knights. 40 out from Warriors line. Cogger, the high ball for the corner. Slightly off the edge of the boot. It spills backwards, and it almost sits up for Frizzell. Bloody Tyson Frizzell, he's everywhere, isn't he? He's already scored one. He's looking for a double. He's been on for a double a couple of times. And Frizzell, he just keeps popping up. It's crazy. He really wants to try tonight, Tyson Frizzell. The Warriors, with Watene-Zelezniak wrapped up again. Watene-Zelezniak's involvements have pretty much just been bringing the ball out of territory. He's been kept extremely quiet. A kick from inside the 40. No threat of a 40-20. Jenkins is back for Newcastle. Ponga's back there. He runs away from Ponga, though, and he gets into an obstruction situation with Tyson Gamble and has to surrender. Ponga in at first receiver. To Tuala. Tuala almost breaks through, and he's just tripped up at the last second. Danger signs there for the Warriors. Tuala was nearly away. There's Jacob Saifidi now. Both the Saifidi boys are on. Brayley goes quick from dummy half. Fifth and last. 40 out once again from the Warriors line. Cogger goes to the opposite side this time. The far touchline, waiting for it. There is Tuivasa-Sheck who takes it, diffuses that kick perfectly, and stands firm in the tackle. James says a much more low-scoring game than I thought. Me too, James. I loaded up the most ridiculous multi that you will ever see in your life, and I loaded up on try scorers in this game. It's a multi that's so ridiculous that if it won, it was going to... a multi so ridiculous. If it won, if by chance it won, it was going to pay out $82,228 off a $1 stake. Hang on, $1 stake? Yeah, $1 stake was going to pay 82 grand. That's how ridiculous that multi was. Tohu Harris is off the field to a round of applause from the crowd. Yeah, I put a lot of stuff on that I don't show on the stream. The ones that we put up on the stream are quite often the worst. Well, I can't really say the worst ones that I pick, but the ones that I put up on the screen are always just a little bit of fun. And that one's obviously a little bit of fun too. But yeah, I often have quite a few bets on the games behind the scenes that don't make it to air. Fifth and last, the Knights put the kick in. The mistake is made here for the Warriors. 6 again here for the Knights. They might not need it. They might score off 1. Dylan Lucas has caught 2 meters out in front of the post. The Warriors scramble. Ponga goes from dummy half. 6 again for inside the 10 meters, and he just retreats, keeps it in the middle of the field and retreats a little bit. It gives Pierce Paul a chance to wind up those big giraffe legs. And the Knights stay on the short side. Frizzell wants another. Of course he wants another. Tyson Frizzell. They're a meter short. Tackle 2. Firing it out to the left-hand side. Cogger waits. Gets it onto Bradman Best. Best takes on Rocco Berry. Bradman Best takes Rocco Berry is the name of Rocco Berry's porn movie. Oh, the Knights have made a mistake in contact. Was that Jack Cogger? Turn around, mate. Let me see your number. Show yourself. That's a big mistake. And it was Jack Cogger. Speaking of players, we were talking about it in the Generations vodcast in the pregame. Players that just don't perform the same when they leave the Panthers system. Enter Jack Cogger. That's a huge error Massive mistake. Scrum down for the Warriors, 10 out from their own line. Their defense is held firm there. Credit to them. Solid defensive effort. 14.5 minutes to go in this one. And Barnett, oh, just when Jack Cogger said, I'll be the biggest goof in this game, Barnett comes up with the worst play of the ball of the 65.5 minutes thus far. A shocker. What a great big goof. The second half completion rate for the Warriors, abysmal, 64% to Newcastle's 92%. How are Newcastle so far behind? That's the question that needs to be asked. Scrum down, it's fed by the winger, Jenkins. Cogger, Pierce Paul, cuts back in field and then keeps on running. He cuts back in field on the angle and just kept on going. He's now all the way out near the wing, near the sideline. Sayafidi with the little goose step. Tackle 2, 10 metres out. Cogger in midfield. Out the back to Gamble. Gamble with the dummy. Tackle 3. They change direction and spill the ball. And the Warriors come up with it. Oh, the Knights are abysmal. Offload Harris Tavita. No, says the referee. Hand it back. Play the ball, I called held. Oh, the Knights' attack is awful. They're suffering without Dom Young. But the thing is, UFC, is Dom Young didn't create the attack. He just finished it off. You would think, realistically, you would think that they should still have the same ability to attack. It'd just be somebody else finishing the playoff. It's bizarre that they've just got absolutely nothing. Or unless they were seriously individual solo efforts, of course. Johnson gets the kick in. I thought they were a little bit offside over there on that right-hand side. Yeah, okay, UFC, I'm with you now, mate. I'm with you. I understand. Yeah, the Dom Young solo efforts. Ollie is the best. Ahoy there, mate. My girlfriend, Jakayla, says hello. Still saying hello. That's twice now. It's Ahoy. Ahoy! Jakayla and Ollie. Tackle 4 here for Newcastle. Trailing by 2 converted tries. 5th and last. Cogger with the kick from inside the 40. Taken on the full of the back to Avasashek. He nearly slips. Manages to hold his feet, though, and that's a great kick return. 11.5 minutes left. DWZ again. Just taking a hit up. He's not involved in plays. He's just I wonder if he's not quite 100%. Obviously not an injury that would prevent him from taking hit-ups. This is a new role for... Or is it a consequence of Tuivasa-Sheck being at fullback? As Cogger taps the pass down for Newcastle. And that'll be a scrum down and a full set of 6 for the Warriors. On the attack, 40 out from the Newcastle line. I just wonder, it's interesting. I've never seen DWZ play this role before. The role of just hit-up man. And that's all he's doing. Hitting it up. He's not involved in any of those set plays out the back that we usually see. Those sweeping backline moves from the Warriors. I don't know. It's just pure speculation, of course. McKid King, ahoy there. Scrum down, Warriors. 10 minutes to go. They're 20 out from the Knights line. They could go a long way to securing this game. The Warriors with a try here. 10 out from the line. Oh, no, they've made a big... They win the penalty, though. Oh, take the 2. This is a no-brainer. This is an absolute no-brainer. Take the 2 here. 18 points to 6. 9.5 minutes to go. 10 metres out just to the right of the post. An absolute no-brainer here to take the 2 points. Sean Johnson from right beside the post. That will be the match, surely. 8.5 minutes to go. 20 points to 6. They've taken the 2. Vunas. Is it Vunas? Vunas Teddy. Good afternoon from Rabal, Papua New Guinea. Welcome along. Cheers. 8 minutes left. Short kickoff here for the Knights. It's tap back from Jenkins. Tap back again from Bradman Best. And the Knights have it in midfield. Penalty here. High contact on Adam Elliott from Harris Tavita. Take the 2. They should totally take the 2 here. It's right out in front. No, Tyson Gamble puts it into touch. .35 out from the Warriors line. It certainly wasn't a high tackle. No, it was high contact though, wasn't it? Is that? I mean, the call. I don't know what I'm on about. Jenkins is all wrapped up. Plenty of Warriors jerseys there. 14 points the difference. Gamble in midfield. Out the back it goes. Through the hands. Cogger to Ponga. Ponga goes on his own. He did the double pump. Had Bradman Best into space. Held on and went on his own there, Ponga. Cogger shows twice. Goes out wide to Gamble. Frizzell's out here. Oh, Frizzell just pops up everywhere. 2 tackles left. Ponga again out on the left. Puts the grubber kick in. It sets up for Bradman Best. And Bradman Best scores. A crucial try for the Newcastle Knights. Have the Warriors fallen asleep? Falling asleep is dangerous. There's still 6.5 minutes to go. The 2 points counts now, for sure. How critical could it be? That 2-pointer could be the most crucial call of the game. 20 points to 10, 6 minutes to go. Conversion about 15 metres out to the left of the post. Not on his favourite side here, Ponga. It's hooking back, though. It's hooking back, and he hooks it through. The conversion is successful. It's 20 points to 12. 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. The Knights have just refused to go away. And maybe the Warriors are a little bit guilty of just dropping off a little bit there. Give it to Rocco Berry. Hang on, James needs James needs Wateni Zalesniak. I need Rocco Berry. Five minutes 40 to go. Warriors in no rush to restart this. Johnson takes his time, lines up his target. And it will be Shia Footy bringing it up for Newcastle. 5.5 left. Cogger out the back to Ponga. Space now for Tuala. Do not tell me. Support from Ponga inside. Tap down from the Warriors. It's kept alive from Cogger and dribbles over the sideline, but will come back for the knock on. It was on for all money there for Newcastle. Somehow they haven't scored there. Somehow. Expansive play. It was Wateni Zalesniak who's gone racing up looking for the intercept. Misses it. It left acres of room for Tuala. And Tuivasa-Sheck saves the day, gets that big mitt out and knocks the ball down. That's an immediate send-off for 10 in the bin. Yellow card in rugby union. Good to see that he's knocked back those rugby instincts. It's still Knights ball though. 4 minutes 40 to go. Frizzell offloads. Down the left, Pierce Paul stands in the tackle, drags defenders with him. They're inside 10 metres now. 4.5 left. We are going to have another frantic finish here, aren't we? For certain. Through the hands now. Gamble. Out wide to the right they go. Well defended. Harris Tavita's got him wrapped up. Quick play the ball. Ponga in midfield. Puts the grubber kick in. Perfectly positioned is Tuivasa-Sheck. He's there to save the day again, Roger. He's had another blinder at fullback. Kalen Ponga, that was a bad read on the situation. Tuivasa-Sheck was right there, perfectly positioned like every good fullback. The man's a fullback, what can you say? If there was ever any doubt of Tuivasa-Sheck's best position, the past couple of weeks, he has sealed that. The man's a fullback, through and through. 3.5 minutes left. Fanua Blake bumps off one, gets the offload back to Harris. Harris to Barnett. Tackle 5 on halfway. Johnson puts it high. JYD says, why aren't members using the emoji perks? I don't know. Maybe there's not really any need. There's not that many of them. There's only Ahoy, Alaura's face, the goalposts, and Goofy. It's not really a whole lot to choose from. Probably due for some new ones, to be perfectly honest. And now the ball is spilt and the Warriors have it. Newcastle spill it. That will definitely be it. If it wasn't over already, it's definitely over now. Phoenix Crossland with the dropsies. The Knee Crumbler says you would have more members if it was $3 and not 99 cents. Really? You reckon that people would pay more? It kind of reminds me of this. Actually, this is such a Logan thing as well. There was this mate of mine, right? So he was trying to get rid of a fridge. Like he had this fridge. This is Logan through and through. If anybody's familiar with Logan, where I live, this is how like shithole this place is, if I can say that. This mate of mine was trying to get rid of a fridge, right? So he's put it out on his front lawn with a sign that said free to a good home. That was the sign he put on the fridge. Slightly forward pass there from Sean Johnson on the 5th and last. And the Knights defence holds firm. So he's put the fridge out there and he's put the sign on it. It says free for a good home, right? And then nobody took it. Nobody took it at all. And then along comes another mate of his, not somebody that I know, not a mutual friend, but along comes this mate of his and says, oh, mate, you live in Logan. Honestly, if you want to get rid of the fridge and you're happy to give it away for free, put a price tag on it. He's like, what? Are you kidding? It says free. Like, isn't that enough? He said, no, trust me. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Put a price on it. So he created a new sign. Oh, the grubber kick through will sit up for Bradman Best. Here come the Knights. The offload is intercepted by Watene Zalesniak. And that will be the game. That'll be the end of the match. 10 seconds to go. What? Are you serious, bro? The fridge. Put a price on it. So he goes and makes a new sign. Fridge, $50. Right? They wake up the next morning. Somebody's stolen the fridge. So anyways, it's not quite the same moral of the story. Here in Logan, it's like, put a price on it and somebody will steal the bugger. But I get what you're saying. But there are other membership tiers. That's the thing. The $1.50 Australian one is that's the entry level. There's other ones. There is a I think it's $5, and there's a $15 one. And in the $15 one, you actually get to come onto the show once a month and co-host a match of your choice with me. There's different levels of membership. You don't just have to stick with the cheap one. There are other ones there. There's 3 different tiers, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not like I'm just doing $1.50 memberships. I think it's $1.50, $5, and $15, if I'm not mistaken. So there's different levels that you can choose. I don't know if it makes it clear or not. I honestly don't know if YouTube makes that clear. It's something that I probably need to make clear myself when I'm communicating about the channel membership. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing. There's 3 different things. There's 3 different levels you can choose. From the Stands is the entry level one that's just like, chuck us a tip, basically. Chuck us a tip every month. The other ones have slightly more rewards that are associated with it. Full time officially here. Sorry, I got sidetracked by the story. I got sidetracked by my fridge story. It's been a while since we've had story time with Dan, isn't it? Been a little while. Yeah, that was a good one. The old fridge that he couldn't get rid of. Good times, good times. Oh, I've led an interesting life with an interesting bunch of people. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Would not trade it for the world. I would tell you the only thing that I would probably do is I probably would have started this a lot sooner. I spent so much time on YouTube doing gaming channels. Gaming channels are hard, man. Whew. Hard yakka. I wasted so much time. Well, I can't say I wasted. I had a lot of fun with it. I had a lot of fun doing Intoxigamer. I even wrote and recorded my own theme song for Intoxigamer. It was pretty cool. Why have I not done that for the... Okay, that's a fair question now. I wrote and recorded my own theme song for my gaming channel. Why haven't I done it for this one? Why am I using crappy stock music? I don't know. A win's a win, pretty ordinary game, says JYD. It really was, wasn't it? It was a hard one to get into. To be perfectly honest, to be brutally honest, that was a very difficult match to get into. UFC says, why is gaming harder than rugby? Just the competition, basically. UFC, I mean, I might not even be exaggerating when I say there are literally millions of gaming channels. It's very hard to stand out. UFC says, DC, I'm going to become a $15 member so I can co-host each month. Hey, that's fine. Fine by me. Malcolm says, this being played at Shark Park. Yes, it is. The next game. Oh, yeah, I probably should set up for the next game, shouldn't I? That might be a smart thing to do. Wasted Water Sports, stay with us here. Coming up right after this. Same stream. We're not ending it. We're staying live. Sharks, Raiders, coming up. 5:15. Okay, so it's starting in like 15 minutes. So there we go. Who was it? The Knee Crumbler, was it? The Knee Crumbler was suggesting the price rise. So that's what I'm saying, Knee Crumbler, mate. There are other more expensive tiers there available. I don't know what YouTube shows on the front end. I honestly don't. I probably should, but I don't. But yeah, it's definitely there. There are definitely other options there, more expensive. But anyway, I appreciate still your point that perhaps the cheapest option is too cheap, maybe, and because marketing is such a mental thing, isn't it? The mindset. You are possibly right. People see it and go, $1.50, like $1.50 Australian. That's cheap. This must be crap. I get it. I understand. I'm just trying to make it accessible options for everybody. JYD says, what color will your name be? I've got to set up for the next game. All right, I'll be right back. I won't be gone for very long. SL Ormsby, ahoy there, up the wires. All right, I've got to change all the screens and everything for the Sharks-Raiders game. Coming up right after this on the Wasted World of Sports. I will be right back. Not too long. Just got to set up the... It won't be as long as last time, I promise.
wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome back. The second game of another doubleheader this weekend. Welcome back. Wasted World of Sports. Second of a doubleheader. Justo the orchestrator. There you are, sir. I knew I had you saved in the All-Stars from last year. And there you are there. I've had to slot you in behind James and the knee crumbler there. Just for lack of time. But I knew I had you there still. From your channel membership from last year. Thank you very much for rejoining. Very much appreciated. As I always say, not expected, but very much appreciated. Cheers. G. Ransfield, ahoy there, mate. FEV Bone says, are Sharks pretenders? Of course. The Sharks are always pretenders, except for 2016. And then 2017. Actually, the Sharks were a really good red hot shot of going back to back, and then they got dudded by the referee against the Cowboys because they had to give Jonathan Thurston that dream run, didn't they? But anyway, I digress. Conspiracy Theory Jones coming out again. We won't get into it. So yes, in that little bit of a break that I had, I did suss it out. And yes, I can confirm there are, indeed, 3 different levels of membership on the Wasted World of Sports. There's the entry-level one from the stands, and then you can move up. You can go from the stands to the bench. There's the bench warmers. And then you can go even further than that and become an MVP. But regardless of what level you choose, you all get to be part of the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars squad. Oh, you know what? The knee crumbler? I didn't even realize. Yes, Josh Curran. The Warriors are indeed missing him. The Warriors' loss is the Bulldogs' gain, I suppose. But anyway, coming up in this one, Sharks versus the Raiders. Home game for the Sharks. Sharks ravaged by injury. So it's going to be a tough game. I mean, I think the Sharks are going to get decimated in the forwards. And as the great Andrew Johns always says, it's the forwards that decide who wins a match. It's the backs that decide by how much. I give the Raiders the slight edge in the forwards here. With all the outs that the Sharks have, the Sharks have lost 3 regular starting forwards for this game. So their rotation is just in a complete mess at the moment. So the Raiders definitely have the edge in the forwards. So look for... It's going to be a close one. Oh, okay. DJ Shack says, Dan, I have one request. Could you change my jersey on the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars to the Fijian Drua? Absolutely. Not a problem. I mean, I won't do it right now, of course, but more than happy to do that, of course. I've got to change Mr. Ed's dead as well. Mr. Ed's dead. I gave him the American rugby jersey because he's from America. But he's actually turned into... A funny story about Mr. Ed's dead. And not funny, haha. I just mean This is how cool. This is what I love about YouTube communities, because Mr. Ed's Dead was a subscriber of my gaming channel. That's how he first discovered me. Me, not Wasted World of Sports, but that's how he discovered me, through my gaming channel. And we stayed in touch, became mates, and he followed me over here to the Wasted World of Sports, having no idea, really, what rugby league is. Hadn't even really heard of it. He'd heard of rugby union, but he had no idea what the NRL was. Had never even heard of it, let alone watched a game of rugby league. He's turned into a fan. I think he's turned into a Bulldogs supporter, if I'm not mistaken. Or the Warriors. Or both. He always goes for the underdog, anyway. He loves to go for the underdog, but I'm pretty sure it's the Bulldogs that he sort of attached himself to and became a fan. And I just think, what a great story. I mean, not only the fact that he has followed me over from another channel to something that he wasn't necessarily even interested in. So I applaud him for that, for keeping up his support of me. I appreciate that absolutely no end. But the fact is, he's become a genuine fan, to the point where if the game is not streaming on the Discord server, he raises the question, can we get the game on Discord? I think it's great. Rod Walker says, here's to shots and the Wasted World of Sports crew. Cheers. Oh, let's celebrate the third super on a live stream. Apparently that's the first time that's ever happened. Cheers, Rod. Very much appreciate it, mate. Not only joining membership, but also 3 super chats. A 250, a 250, and a 500. Cheers, mate. Salamat. Is that right? Or salamat? Salamat? Seeing if there's confirmation from the other room. JYD says, how long does Des Hasler got left? Des Hasler probably has as long as he wants. Honestly, because he's got the proven track record, somewhat. The question... how long does Des Hasler want? He might be done already, Des. Desi might be going, oh, what have I done? What have I done? Taking this job. All right, what have we got? Okay, we've got 5 minutes till kickoff. I'm going to have myself a very quick break and be right back to continue to get ready for this one. My Sharkies up against the Raiders. Oh, God, I'm nervous. I'm so nervous about this one. Wasted World of Sports, ahoy. Thanks for sticking around. Sharks versus Raiders coming up. But Rod, I wanted to hold this up because I'm sure not for 1 second did you think that I was lying, but yeah, a lot of influence. I just don't know the word. I've learnt some stuff, but I've forgotten for the most part. FEV Bones says, I will be at the Tigers game tomorrow. Not looking forward to the Eels fans if they get up there annoying, hoping the Tigers will win. Carvey Bar says, do I watch NBL? No. No, I'm pretty keen to go to one, though. I'm actually very keen to go to a Brisbane Bullets game. The Brisbane Bullets would be my team, my local team. Very keen to go to one day, but no, I don't watch it on TV. I don't actively follow it. As the Raiders come out onto Shark Park here, and I've got to say, I might be a little bit biased, of course, towards my own team, but I've said it once before, I'll say it constantly again. The Sharkies do indeed have the best cheerleaders in the competition. That's all there is to it. Put it on your body, says UFC. Except for those two. They're not great advocates for the Sharks cheerleaders. As a matter of fact, that entire side was kind of average. All right, I'm getting cancelled. I'm determined to have myself cancelled at some stage. The Sharks are out on the field now as well. Sharks, Raiders. The Raiders. Okay, so this is my take on this game, right? Raiders have got the domination up front. The Sharks have got it all over them in spades in the back line. Therefore, it should be a close game, but maybe just a slight edge. I've got to be honest. I'm very nervous about this game as a Sharks supporter. So maybe just a slight edge to the Raiders because the Sharks always struggle against the Raiders, no matter the strength of the two teams. And just with those outs in the forward pack, I feel like the Raiders could sneak this one. But of course, naturally, I am hoping for a Sharks victory. Who's your caddy? Ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? The Sharks with the kickoff. And the Raiders being driven backwards. The Sharks defense starting well. That's what they need to do. They need to stand up. Fifth and last, the Raiders. That's a great defensive set from the Sharkies, the home side. My team. The kick will be taken on the full by Kennedy. Great chase, though, from the Raiders. And the Sharks have it 30 out from their own line. Who's your caddy says, feeling good after another Warriors win. RTS showing some good form. He was immense, wasn't he? Tuivasa-Sheck had a great game. Really, really solid. Yeah, I was very impressed with the way that he played. Sharkies with a good run from Hazleton. They've got themselves into some good field position here. Sharks fifth and last. Trindle, oh, someone's down in back play. Who's that? The kick, though, from Trindle. Pressure on the take. It's lost backwards, and it's going to sit up in the end goal. The Sharks dive at it. Rapana taps it dead, and they give away a penalty here, the Sharks. For something. Inside the 10, maybe. There's one of the Sharks' injured forwards. Down in back play. Oh, it's Kafusi, another forward. No, that can't happen. Oh, the Sharks cannot afford to lose another forward. That can't happen. He's back on his feet now, Kafusi, so that's good news. Good news for the Sharks. They cannot afford to lose another forward. Raiders. They get away with the mistake. Bring it back to halfway now. Rapana takes 3 Sharks defenders with him. Tackle 4. Tarpany gets the offload. They've got to watch those offloads, the Sharkies. Papali'i steps. Well, his version of a step. 5th and last, 30 out from the line. Good field position here for a kick. Fogarty. It's nicely placed. Kennedy's under pressure. Kennedy spills it. And it's going to be called a knock on. Will Kennedy has lost it. And here's a golden opportunity for the Raiders to score early. Oh, Kennedy was taken out there by Timoko. Very lucky there to not give away a penalty. The Raiders. It's worked out for them, though. They will have the scrum 10 metres out, right in front of the post. They go right-hand side, the Raiders. They probably should have gone left. They had numbers to burn out there. And the Sharks' defence, they were there in droves. They had them skinned on the other side. Missed opportunity, perhaps, for the Raiders. Tackle 2. Still got it, though. Plenty of tackles up their sleeve. Papali'i on the crash ball. They get a 6 again to boot. So they've still got a full set of 6 here. Fogarty. Oh, bobbled and lost on tackle 1 by Hudson Young, of all people. That's a big mistake. That has left the Sharks off the hook big time. Oh, what a slice of luck for the Sharkies. Boy, did they need it too. They get away with that. Big time. Slow going, though. Through the hands. Hines with the cutout pass to Ramian, who offloads to Talakai, who spills it. And the Sharks' errors from last week are apparently still there. That's a big mistake. Pushing the ball from inside their own territory. Unnecessary. They were let off the hook. They've just invited the Raiders straight back in. From dummy half. Great run there from Denny Levi. Oh, it's going to be a long night for the Sharks. The understrength Sharks. Ethan Strange goes on his own. He's driven backwards. Tackle 2, but they're still a metre out here. The Raiders. 3rd. Tackles up the sleeve. Lined up to the right. Tarpany shows out the back. They've dropped it, the Raiders. It's gone backwards, though. No, it's called a knock on. It's gone about 40 metres backwards, and the referee says, knock on, thank you. And the Raiders have let them off the hook again. Terrible start to this game for both teams. It's been an absolute shambles. Almost 7 minutes gone. Nobody's done anything yet, but there's been an awful lot of errors. Sione Katoa takes the first hit up. 25 out from their own line, appealing for a penalty. Nothing incoming here for the Sharks. The captain today, Cameron McInnes, has lost the ball. Oh, God, another mistake. He wants a challenge. He is the captain. He can challenge it. Surely he has not just dropped the ball cold, Cameron McInnes. Yes, he has. And another mistake. And the Raiders, once again, invited straight back in. 3 errors to 2. 7.5 minutes into the game. That is possibly the worst start to an NRL level match I've ever seen. A 33% completion rate for the Sharks, carrying on right from where they left off last week. 67 for the Raiders, being dragged down to the Sharks level to start this contest. More pressure here on the Sharks line. Papali'i at the back to Fogarty. Strange inside to Sebastian Chris. How much longer can they hold on here, the Sharks? Levi from dummy half to Papali'i, and another dropped ball. What's going on out there? Morgan Smithies this time drops it. This is not NRL standard from both teams. Embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to say that I support one of these teams. We are 8 minutes. 8 minutes into the game. There's been 6 errors, 3 from both teams. The Sharks off the hook again. Richardson's and Sons, ahoy there. Sharks have the scrum, 10 out from their own line. Error after error after error. Both teams. It's been an awful start to this contest as Oregon Kaufusi makes some valuable meters here for the Sharks. And now quick play the ball, and McInnes is up to halfway. This is better stuff. Quick play the ball again, and it's Hazelton. Caught high there from Papali'i. That's got to be a penalty, surely. No, says the referee. 5th and last. Hines puts it high. No pressure at all on Rapana at the back. It's a good chase, though, from the Sharks, and they wrap him up 5 out from his own line. They finally complete a set, and a sarcastic cheer and applause from the home crowd at their team finally completing. Now the Raiders, it's their time. Will they come up with an error, or will they complete? Tackle 4. Meters hard to come by here, although now they've got them stretched to the left. And Sebastian Chris goes up over halfway. Nearly breaks the line. 5th and last. Fogarty puts it high. Kennedy lets it bounce. Oh, I hate it when he does that. He could have easily taken that on the full, Will Kennedy. He seems very, very scared to take high balls sometimes. You let the ball bounce. That could go absolutely anywhere. Richardson's and Sons, you go for the Sharks. Sorry to hear that, mate. Me too. It's hard, isn't it? It's so hard sometimes. Hamish McKenzie, ahoy, buddy. We just had someone join the Discord link. An NSFW Discord when they didn't have a role that allows for them to send links. Hines on the 5th and last puts it high. No pressure at the back on Rapana. Again. When you say our Discord, when you say we, you mean the Intoxigamer Discord? Oh. Yeah, okay. Not again. Oh, thank you, Hamish, if you looked after that. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, that happened the other day as well. As Xavier Savage almost goes through. 5th and last for the Raiders. They're going to run it on the 5th. Fogarty's got it back again. Double pump. It's tapped on. And now there's space. And it must be a try here for the Raiders. And it is. James Schiller. They ran it on the 5th and last. They took full advantage of some of the most feeble defense you'll see in the competition. And the Raiders have first points. Yeah, very strange, Hamish. Very strange. It happened the other day as well. Very, very, very bizarre indeed. But yes, thank you, mate. I appreciate you taking care of that. That was just way too easy. Will Kennedy is a pile of piss. Honestly, horrible player. I can't stand him. He needs to be gone. Try confirmed. Weak attempt at tackle there from Kennedy. Schiller just shrugged him off as if he wasn't even there. DJ Shack says, great try. Schiller. FEV Bones says, at least Sharks won't get the spoon this year. Oh, I wouldn't be convinced of that. Hamish says, don't thank me, thank PJ. He sent the alert out. I'm racing baby dinos in Hark. Fair enough. But you still took care of it. Because I don't think Party Jesus has the ability to do anything about it, if I'm not mistaken. Fogarty with the conversion attempt from the sideline. The Raiders lead 4-0. From right on the sideline, it's hooking, it's hooking, it's hooking. Oh, it stays, it holds its line and goes through. A valuable conversion. 6 points to 0 in favor of the Raiders. Oh, the Sharks, after a solid start to the season, they're just an absolute mess at the moment, and it's hard to know what's going on. As a Sharky supporter, very hard to know what's going wrong at the moment. 6 points to 0, Raiders. Trindle gets us back underway. Raiders have scored first in 8 of the past 9 games against the Sharks. That is an incredible statistic. That is absolutely amazing statistic. As I said at the top of the stream, the Raiders are a real bogey team for the Sharkies. First try scorers, 8 out of the last 9 matchups. That's absolutely incredible. It really is. Fifth and last now, Raiders. They don't quite make it halfway, but Fogarty with a low flat kick taken on the fall by Kennedy. That's better. That's better, Will. Taking it on the full, charging the ball. Mulatalo now gets tangled up with Hines. Oh, it's a mess. Absolute mess out there at the moment from the Sharks. Ramian takes tackle 3. Still in their own side of halfway here, the Sharks. But Brayley finds a little bit of space and earns a 6 again. Catches the lazy markers. Great work from Blake Brayley. Another 6 again. They can go on the attack now, the Sharks. Hazelton, 30 out in midfield. Slow play the ball. Hines out the back to Trindle. The crash ball there is Wilton. DJ Shack says Jake Duke just said Albert Hopewade missed the game after accidentally burning himself in a barbecue accident. Oh, that is so Australian. That is such an Aussie thing to do. As the Sharks on tackle 3. Hines, flat pass back inside. Linking up there with Teague Wilton, I think it is. No, that's McInnes. Hines out the back to Kennedy. Passes it to nobody and the Raiders dive on it. The Sharks have made another mistake. And it was Will Kennedy who's having an absolute nightmare out there so far today, who just pushes this ball on to nobody. He was passing it to John Cena out the back. And the Raiders dive on it. Six again for the Raiders. Oh, it's an absolute disaster out there for the Sharks at the moment. They've got to get their act together quick. Remember what happened last week. That's what they need to be telling themselves. Getting absolutely pumped by the Tigers. And now it's devastating that this is the response that they've showed in the first 17 minutes of this game. Fogarty runs across field, shows it, passes it out to Strange. Ethan Strange will take them on. Almost squeaks through there, Ethan Strange. Wants a quick play the ball. Oh, it was a sloppy play the ball. And it's knocked down from the Sharks. Now it's lost by the Raiders. Play the Benny Hill music. Lost forward by the Sharks first. Lost forward by the Raiders second. It's a comedy of errors out there from both teams. Jesse Ramian, he's had an awful couple of weeks. Will Kennedy's having a nightmare of a night. 40% possession for the Sharks. And that's because they can't hold on to the ball. Xavier Savage goes straight through and scores the easiest try of his career. Oh, it's going to be a... We talked about this pre-stream. I was very concerned it was going to be a long old afternoon for the Sharks. They're in for another pumping. UFC says, so do I tip the Sharks every week regardless of who they are playing? Honestly, UFC, as you probably gathered from a lot of our conversation in the lead-up, I think the Raiders win this one because the Sharks' forward pack is so depleted. But I can't bring myself to tip the Raiders, ever. Ever. Under any circumstance would I ever tip the Raiders. I tip against the Sharks all the time. If they're playing the Broncos, because they never beat the Broncos. If they're playing the Panthers, because it's the Panthers. If they're playing the Storm, because they never beat the Storm. They struggle against the Dragons as well. I would usually tip the Dragons to beat the Sharks. I'm a fantastic supporter of my own team. In case you haven't gathered. Yeah, I tip against them all the time. I just can't bring myself. The Raiders are my most hated team. My most hated team by far in the competition. So I can never pick them for anything other than wooden spoons. Fogarty from just to the left of the post. He almost missed it. He had a pretty good attempt at missing it there, Fogarty. And the Raiders, Ricky's Green Goblins, against a severely depleted Sharks team, doing it easy at the moment. Also, tip against the Sharks at Suncorp. Whoever they're playing in Magic Round, whether it be the Broncos at Suncorp or Magic Round at Suncorp, they cannot play at Suncorp Stadium for whatever reason. I live in Brisbane. I've never once seen the Sharks win live in a game in Brisbane. Always bet against them at Suncorp, no matter who they're playing. That's a red-hot tip from a long-time Sharks supporter. $12 points to 0. And it's going to be a long old night here for the Sharkies. Under strength, but that's no excuse. In the age of professionalism, you cannot use under strength as an excuse for this kind of performance. The Knee Crumbler says, have you seen the All Blacks win live? I haven't, actually, the Knee Crumbler. I haven't, because the game that I went to, because I don't often go to the rugby internationals. I prefer to watch them at home or at a mate's house. Before I was doing the channel, I'd either watch it at home or at a mate's place, and we'd get on the beers or whatever. The one game that I went to was the Suncorp Stadium match, and I think Dan Carter slotted a drop goal, I want to say. I think he kicked a drop goal to make it 18-all right on the stroke of full time, and it was a tied game. 18-all that year. Trindle puts the kick in from inside the 40. The Raiders have got to make a play at it, and Rapana's made a complete dog's breakfast out of it at the back. The 40-20 was on from Braden Trindle. And Rapana drops his marbles. Here's an opportunity for the Sharks to strike back. McInnes has Talakai running the inside line. 5 errors. I can't believe there's been 9 errors this half already. Both teams. 5 to the Sharks, 4 to the Raiders. I mean, this is not NRL standard footy from both teams. Hines, cut out pass to Kennedy. Kennedy swivels in contact. And he's caught, wrapped up, 5 metres out. Mulatalo slots into dummy half. And McInnes again in midfield. Slightly high there from Denny Levi. No call from the referee. Quick play the ball. Hines out the back to Trindle, who gets the pass out to Katoa. Katoa fires it back in field, and the Raiders have it. And again, it's just a complete mess from the Sharks. Just no fluency in attack at all. Oh, it's a nightmare scenario out there again for the second week in a row. There is not enough alcohol in the world right at this moment. Rod Walker says, oh, as a kick on tackle 4 from inside the 40. The Raiders want a 40-20 of their own. They're going to get it. A 40-20 for the Raiders. Everything's coming up Millhouse for the Green Goblins. Jamal Fogarty. Such an underrated player, it must be said. Ricky has definitely brought out the best in him. And the Raiders to extend their lead here. A couple of plays away from leading by 16. Morgan Smithies there. Goes close. Levi Dummies goes on his own scores. 18-0 incoming here for the Raiders. The Sharks under strength in the forward pack, getting absolutely decimated. Right in front of the post. The conversion to come. 18 points to 0 on the back of the 30-plus point spanking from the Tigers last week. The Sharks stamping their credentials as pretenders once again in season 2024. And Will Kennedy's not... Oh, has he grounded it? Has he grounded it? Will Kennedy's nightmare of a night continues. Nightmare of an afternoon, I should say. Yeah, that's probably going to be given. That's probably going to be awarded. He's dropped it, but he'll probably get awarded. 16 points to 0. Kick to come from right in front. Fogarty from right in front of the sticks. Straight down the middle it goes. 18 points to 0 after 19 minutes 50 seconds. Will Kennedy's being targeted tonight. You have to question whether he's at 100%. I haven't seen anything about a Will Kennedy injury report. He's just having one of those nights, I think. One of those really horrible nights out. Trindle gets us back underway. And it's going to be a long road back for the Sharks here. Not just in this game, but in season 2024. They were set up perfectly to have a little bit of an undefeated run. And they've made a complete shambles of it. Now, what am I looking for here? Yeah, no, I can see nothing about any sort of niggle or concern for Will Kennedy. So he's just having a Tits McGee kind of game. The Raiders complete another set. 14 minutes to go till the break. Mulatalo has it. And he's lost the ball, Mulatalo. Another mistake from the Sharks. And they're also going to waste their challenge here. They're about to waste their captain's challenge to boot. Oh, when things are going bad, they go really bad, don't they? Mulatalo loses the ball, and now he has convinced Cameron McInnes to waste the captain's challenge with 13 minutes 50 left in the first half. Oh, the challenge is successful. Oh, they've won one. They've got one. That is an extremely harsh call on the Raiders. A penalty to the Sharks, a much needed one. Rod Walker says, what's with all the injuries this early in the season? Seasons are too long for this physical pace of footy. NFL is much shorter. I think there hasn't been an adaptation with HIA protocols, Rod, I think is what's happened. When the new HIA protocols came into play, the whole interchange system should have evolved with it. Because what we saw last week, and the reason why the Sharks are having so many injury concerns on the back of it this week, they lost a couple of forwards early in the game against the Tigers last week as Hines spots half a gap. He has the ball reefed out. It was knocked down by Brayley. That's a knock on, surely, in there somewhere. Don't know what the hell just happened there. So the Sharks lost a couple of players to HIA, which meant that the other, they were down. So they lost 2 HIAs, and Royce Hunt injured his calf while warming up to come onto the field. So they lost 3 forwards last week against the Tigers. The 2 HIAs, because they weren't caused from what was considered foul play, they weren't able to activate the reserve. So they were playing the game with 3 subs down. 3 subs less than the Tigers. And they ran out of steam as Trindle dummies and goes straight through. Braden Trindle scores for the Sharks. A show and go. Fooled everybody. And over he goes. 18 points to 4. Kick to come. And so what happens when that's the scenario, Rod? What happens? All the other forwards have to do extra work, extra minutes, extra meters, extra hard yakka. So then suddenly they're on the brink of injury. Dan Jam, ahoy, mate. And when you get in that situation, it just creates this constant flow. Orion, ahoy there, mate. Bro, we want to watch the players on field, not you talking. Well, no one's making you stay here, Orion. Go find somewhere where they're playing on field. Easy. Easy peasy, mate. Conversion successful, and the Sharks have hit back. 18 points to 6. Individual effort there from Braden Trindle. Calm down, James. I gave him something better, James. I gave him something better than all that. I gave him a little behind-the-scenes show. Okay, that sounded awful. Not that kind of show, James. Just in case you're getting any thoughts of what that could have been. Holy hell, look at the size of Jamal Fogarty's legs. Orion, if you want to donate something in the range of about $1 billion for the TV broadcasting rights, I will happily put the game on the screen for you, my friend. That's about what it costs to purchase the rights to show the game here in Australia. So feel free to hit that donate button, send about $1 billion my way, and I will happily pay for the legal rights to show the game on screen. Is that a deal? How does that sound? Sounds good to me. I would absolutely take the $1 billion and run. You would never see me again. Hamish McKenzie says, I'll take 500k of that as interest. Fifth and last hit for the Sharks. Trindle on halfway puts it high. They let it bounce here, the Raiders. And it bounces awkwardly for Rampana. And suddenly the Sharks find themselves with a little bit of momentum. The knee crumbler says probably not. And now the Raiders come up with a mistake on tackle 1. It is a comedy of errors out there. Have we ever seen a half of football at NRL level anyway? A half of footy at NRL standard, supposedly, so many errors in one half. This is absolutely incredible. Scrum down for the Sharks. Another error on tackle 1 from the Raiders. Hines to the line. And now the Sharks spill it. The Sharks have made an error on tackle 1. Anything you can do, Raiders, we can do better. Or worse in this case. The first play and the Sharks spill it. Eight and a half minutes to go to the break, and I tell you what, both teams hang their heads at the halftime break. It has been a shambles out there. It really has been just abysmal. 18 points to 6, though. The Raiders, this has fired up the Sharks. They've come flying in to make the tackle. 8 minutes to go till the break. 13 errors in the first half. Jeez. And now the Raiders, another spilt ball. Honest to Christ, what is going on out here? Another mistake. That's error number 14 for the half. You don't even normally see 14 errors in an entire game, let alone a half of footy. This is just incredible. And when I say incredible, I mean incredibly bad. Scrum down for the Sharks. Kennedy puts on the goose step. Dummies inside, goes on his own. Held onto the ball, though. We've got to give a round of applause for that. McInnes Change of direction there for Jack Williams, who offloads to the ground. Just hold the ball. Tackle 2. 10 metres out from the line, but the Sharks doing their best to lose it there. Williams again. 6 again. Ruck infringement for the Raiders. Crash ball. The Sharks are close. A couple of metres out. McInnes on the crash ball now. Offloads back to Brayley. Talakai has got Ramian in support. Ramian steps in field. He had Katoa unmarked out wide. Didn't even look at him. It's like Sione Katoa had spiders hanging off him. He'd wanted no part of that. Now they go left. Iro to Mulatalo, and Mulatalo plants it down in the corner. Mulatalo doesn't have spiders hanging off him. And Kyle Iro, with the draw and pass, creates just enough space for Mulatalo. James says, not even a thank you. Some people. He's too busy. He's gone to the link is what's happened. He clicked the link, never came back. Justo the orchestrator says, nice, I got Mulatalo. Savage, Hines, and Talakai. Try confirmed. Richardson's and Sons says, go Ronaldo. Rod Walker says, what is this game? Pub backyard footy? Eugene Lamai says, Raiders make it 20. Hamish McKenzie, alrighty, good sir. I've messed with the Discord for a little bit. You know where to find me if it happens again. Thank you, Hamish. Very much appreciate it, mate. Nico Hines. It's on the favoured side for a right foot kicker. But he's right on the sideline. 18 points to 10. The home crowd willing this conversion over for the Sharks. It could be a critical 2 points. Hines strikes it. It starts out wide. It's hooking back around. It's hooking back around. And it's over from the sideline. Nicholas Hines. That's got to be worth 6 Dally M points right there. 18 points to 12. The Sharks have hit back. Four minutes 40 to go till the halftime break. James wants to know if I can talk WrestleMania at halftime. Well, there's not a whole lot to talk about this game, is there, apart from the extremely large error rate. And suddenly, after an abysmal start to this match, the Sharks are back. 4.5 minutes to go till the break. A bobbled ball in midfield, threatening for another mistake. Tackle 2, 30 out from their own line here, the Sharks. McInnes in midfield, shuffles it on to big Hau Tapua. The kick in over the top on tackle 4. It's going to bounce up for Katoa. Support in field from Hines and Brayley, and Brayley's going to score. This game's about to be even. 18 points all. Oh, Sione Katoa's hurt as well in the process of that. Very lackadaisical there from Xavier Savage. Sione Katoa's hurt himself. The referee got in the way. Will Kennedy got bumped off by the referee. They can't call that back, surely, can they? When the attacking team still came up with the points. That'd be very harsh. Justo the orchestrator says, nice momentum. What a huge momentum swing it's been as well. Try confirmed. 18 points to 16. The conversion to come from right beside the post. Can you believe the way that this game started? That we're going to be going into halftime all square. Unbelievable. Hines, he made one from the sideline, so surely he kicks this one. He did his best to miss it, but it's through. And, oh, Ricky Stewart looks pissed. Everybody clear the chairs out of the locker room at halftime. That was just laziness from Xavier Savage. Nico Hines, he nearly got a touch on the ball to screw that up as well. 18 points all, I can't believe it. The comeback is on Richardson's and Sons. 2 minutes to go till halftime. Raiders get us back underway. DRS, Ragnar, YT, ahoy there. Katoa and a sad face. Katoa seems all right. I think he's back up. I didn't see any footage of him leaving the field. And actually, yes, there he is now. Katoa out on his wing. He's fine. He's up and about. Fantastic news. We can't afford any more injuries. It's as simple as that. No more injuries is the order of the day. As the Sharks suddenly have huge momentum, they're threatening for more points here before the break. Fifth and last, Hines puts it high. Rapana under pressure, does extremely well, Rapana. 1:15 to go, and the Raiders 10 out from their own line. Big defense from the Sharks. And a spilt ball now from Canberra. A mistake with 1 minute left on the clock. The Sharks, oh, are they going to have a pop at field goal here? Ricky Stewart can't even bear to look. A mistake from Xavier Savage, who has had a last couple of minutes to forget. The Sharks are going to get one last crack. DRS, Ragnar, YT, you've got Katoa for try scorer. Well, let's see. They've gone left. Hines steps back into midfield. 44 seconds left until halftime. 10 metres out here. Brayley. A metre short. 30 seconds left. Slow play the ball. Trindle out to the right. Hines. He had Katoa outside him. Why do they not want to pass the ball to Sione Katoa tonight? And Talakai spills it, and that'll end the first half. Very fitting that we end the first half with a very simple dropped ball, and the big sofa spills it. A fitting end to the first half, in all honesty. I think 18 all is very reflective of how terrible both teams have been, and the fact that the half ends just how it started, with a very simple mistake. Very fitting. Well, we've got time for the scrum, apparently, but I don't think the Raiders are going to throw too much at this. Fogarty will just take the tackle. And that will be halftime. A scrappy first half. You could pretty much just play the Benny Hill theme music over that entire first 40 minutes. 18 points all at the break. Rod Walker says, Lime Goblins showing their real colours. Vunayas Tadi says, go Sharks, one more try before halftime. Well, they had a golden opportunity. Golden opportunity. But they just couldn't come through with it. DJ Shaq says, what a messy first half. Indeed it was. Disgraceful. Really, in fairness, Both teams not up to NRL standard that first half. Okay, WrestleMania talk. All right, I'll have a quick break and then I'll talk whatever the chat room wants to talk about when I come back. 18 points all here, halftime. Sharks, Raiders. Second half coming up after this. Well, halftime talk coming up after this. All right, James. What do we want to know about WrestleMania? You're all footied out this weekend. The Knee Crumbler says Sharks lacking some punch and discipline. Good try, Sharks. Make it 32. 32? $18 points all. Very reflective of the first half. All locked up at the break. I'd be very interested to see. I don't know if anybody else does this, but I find this quite amusing to jump on social media and see what people are saying. Can Talakai hold on, please? Yeah, I always love having a read of the social media comments. Social media where everybody's an expert. Okay. I said WrestleMania talk. What do you want to know about it? I asked you. Blake, ahoy there, mate. The Knee Crumbler says, whenever I jump on social media these days, everyone is saying, switch out Russell Crowe for Latrell Mitchell. Well, you wouldn't lose any pace, I'm sure. I don't know if that's a compliment to Russell Crowe or an insult to Latrell. Crazy to think that this went into the sheds all locked up. I thought The way that the game started, it looked like it was going to be a long old night for the Sharks. It really did. I mean, the Raiders, Ricky's Green Goblins just raced out to that 18 points to nil lead. James, you can't get it on pay-per-view yet? You'd think that it would be available. We're counting down the days till WrestleMania. You'd think that it would be available. Normally it's on there by now. I would have thought so. So what have we got happening at WrestleMania? James, obviously the big tag team match, night one. $1,737 subscribers. Thank you very much, Wasted World of Sports. Nope. Oh, night one is not the big tag match. Sharks have done well to fight back into this contest. Can they keep it up in the second half? Okay, night one is the tag match. Yeah. Night one, the tag match. Night two. Night two, Roman Reigns. To keep his championship. Just so I can see the explosion on social media. Xavier Savage cutting a very forlorn-looking figure in the changing room. He really did have a terrible end to that first half, in fairness. Xavier Savage. It was a disappointing end to the half for him, for certain. James says Cody won't lose. That's what we said last WrestleMania as well. Okay. Also, WrestleMania, am I doing it by myself? Well, I haven't asked anybody else yet. I would assume that Rick will be hopping on. At the very least. But, yeah, not something that's been discussed. James says Cody will beat and defeat the whole bloodline with help from Cena and Stone Cold. I'd be all for Roman keeping the belt, to be honest. But you're probably right. It probably doesn't happen. I just don't buy Cody Rhodes as a champion. That's all. IC champ? Yeah, absolutely. World heavyweight champ? Nah. He's too tiny. Way too tiny. But anyway. Rod Walker says it's okay. They will be in the back room with with Vince. Oh. Vinnie Mac. Vince McMahon. Well, I've got to say that the Sharks' social media page really hasn't blown up as intensely as I thought it would. It seems like Sharks supporters are just happy enough that they've come back into the game and tied it up. There's usually a barrage of abuse. Hold the ball and we win. Lucky Raiders have dropped just as many. Okay, well, there's some negativity. I apologize in advance for the Big Tom supporters, but he is a lug in defense. He's cumbersome. And for a bloke his size, he should be able to put them on the ground. Sorry, Tom. 2 out of 10 for your defense. Okay, here comes all the negativity. We're lucky to be where we are right now. That first 30 minutes looked like we couldn't pull the skin off a custard cup. Hold the ball and complete equals win. They did well to level up, but we have to defend way better than that to compete in this comp. Hang on to the ball. We need to be better. Boys on top. Hold the ball and we have it. Took a while to warm up. Up the defense, boys, and hang on to the ball. I am disappointed, amazed, and happy all at once. Steve Dempsey, ahoy there. Steve says, Hines overtime drop goal. Oh, are we going to Golden Point, are we? Golden Point finish. Spank the monkey, ahoy. How are you there? $18 points all at halftime. The fact that we're at this stage is really incredible. It looked like the Sharks were going to get nowhere near this. And of course, coming up tomorrow on the Wasted World of Sports, Eels versus the Tigers. Easter Monday. Public holiday, no work, more footy. I like it. Let's have that more often. Less work, more footy. Teams are back out for the second half. $18 points all. I believe the Sharks kicked off the first half, so they should have it here in the second. It was quite a, what's the word? Quite a subdued change room for the Raiders. I really thought that Ricky, of all people, would have been a little bit more fired up than that, but maybe as disappointed as he is that they let that 18-point lead slip, maybe he's just happy with what they showed to get that lead in the first place. Maybe he's turned over a new, more understanding and casual leaf, Ricky Stewart, as the Raiders do get us started in the second half. Will the second half start like the first half ended with some mistakes? Oh, almost. Katoa has to reach behind. It was a shocking pass from dummy half. Katoa nearly spills it. A good charge there from the Sharks. I've lost my mouse there. Okay, there we go. Tackle 4. They're up over halfway. McInnes takes the last hit up of the set. 40 metres out from the Raiders line. That's a good start. A completion. Hines from 40 out puts it high. No pressure on Rapana at the back. The kick chase has been awful, really. If we can keep up criticism of one main area, that would be it. Steve Dempsey says Sharks outside backs about to take over. Well, that's where they need to, isn't it, Steve? It was something I highlighted before the game. I reckon that with the injuries and the outs this week, the Raiders definitely have it over the Sharks in the forwards. But the Sharks backline all day of the week over the Raiders backline. So that's where they need to really take charge of the game. As Horsburgh bobbles the ball on halfway, does well to hold on. Fifth and last, Raiders. Fogarty puts it high, not a lot of distance. Although it's ended up going a lot longer than it seemed. And falling over and catching it in the same motion, Mulatalo. Does well. It was a tough take. And the Sharks can try and clear their lines here. Just hold on to the ball and complete their sets. That would be the order of the day. Sione Katoa gets himself involved. They wouldn't pass the ball to him in the first half for whatever reason. Katoa was relying on scraps. A 6 again here on halfway. Midway through the tackle count. That's huge. That is massive for the Sharkies. A set restart as Horsburgh comes flying up on McInnes. Absolutely lined him up from the back fence. Tackle 2. Sharks. Hines will run on his own. Manages to steal some post-contact meters there, Nico. 30 out from the line in midfield. Tackle 3, Brayley. Another 6 again. Oh, the Raiders are destroying themselves at the moment with set restarts. And it's tackle 1 for the Sharks, 20 out. Trindle, the change of direction. An inside ball to Talakai. Talakai tries to get the arms free. Just hold it, mate. Tackle 2, 5 meters out. Big line up to the left, but McInnes cuts back in field and runs on his own. He's got glue on his hands, McInnes. And we've got an injury here. Oh, this is very concerning here. Zach Hoskin, is it? It looks like Zach Hoskin. He's got his head in completely the wrong spot. Zach Hoskin knocked himself out. He got his head in an awkward position. Cameron McInnes' hip has gone straight into the side of his face. And Hoskin, he'll be off for a HIA. Injury timeout here. That's going to be bad news for the Raiders because Hoskin, he has had a great start to this season. He's been an absolute godsend to the Raiders. Big time off here. He's got to come off the field, surely. To still be down, he's got to come off. There is no way he passes an on-field HIA here. Off he goes. Well, that took an eternity. But finally, they're showing him off the field. He gives the thumbs up to the crowd or to the bench. He lets us know he's all right. But he might not be back, Zach Hoskin. The Raiders could be down a forward. Hines in midfield. Williams on the inside run. Tackle 4. 10 out from the line here, the Sharks. In midfield, Brayley goes quickly to the right. Hines, cut out pass. And how Tapua. 5th and last. They stay on the right. Great tackle. Talakai's put down. Xavier Savage. No, it wasn't Savage. It was Ethan Strange. Racing up quickly. And now, from dummy half goes Strange. Thought he spotted some space. A pretty weak end of set there for the Sharks. They would have wanted more from that. Absolutely no doubt whatsoever. DJ Shack says, poor fifth tackle option. Indeed. The crash ball to Talakai. And now a penalty to the Raiders late in the tackle count. This is one of those games where neither team wants to win. They're both doing their best to throw away every quality piece of possession or field position that they have. Both teams guilty of it. Errors or stupid penalties or set restarts. And again, late in the tackle count, it was tackle 4. You cannot be giving away penalties on tackle 4. And here come the Raiders. 40 out from the Sharks line on tackle 1 on the back of that penalty. The piggyback upfield. And this is a huge opportunity. They weathered the storm early, that first 5 minutes. And now they can mount an attack of their own. Tackle 3, Levi goes quickly. Horsburgh in midfield. Passes it back to Strange. Strange gets away. And is taken 10 metres out on tackle 4. Brings it back into midfield. Flat pass there to Swallow. Gets the ball back to Levi. They try and get it out wide. 5th and last. The Sharks are holding on for now. What's the last tackle option? Fogarty puts a good crossfield kick in. Pressure on the Sharks here. Escort penalty incoming, perhaps. It doesn't matter. Hines is driven back into the end goal. And the Raiders show the Sharks how it's done there. 5th tackle, this is what you do. It looked like there was going to be pressure on Nico there, but Ramian did a fantastic job of running the block and getting away with it. Goal line dropout, though. Pressure still on. Hines goes long. Well, not really. The kick only goes down as far as the 40. A bit of a nothing dropout, really. Raiders on the attack. Horsburgh taken on tackle 2. 20 out. Through the hands they go. Fogarty to Mariota. Mariota's dumped backwards. Zach Hoskin, as we suspected, failed HIA. So the Raiders will be down a sub. Timoko still going. Somebody tackle him. He ran 10 metres left sideways, 10 metres right sideways, and nobody would put him down. Tackle 4 now, though. Fogarty puts the grubber kick in, and it almost sits up. Talakai has saved the day for the Sharks. Sofa Talakai diving on that ball. The try was on for the Raiders for all money there. The grubber kick in behind the line. Just not getting the bounce. There is Katoa getting dumped on his back in tackle 4. And a penalty. Again, mid to late range in the tackle count. The team's giving away penalties. Holding Sione Katoa down in the play the ball. 18 points all it remains. Neither team really deserving of the lead, to be brutally honest. It's been an absolute shambles from both teams. And the Sharks, Hines puts it into touch. 45 out from the Raiders line. Ramian taps and goes. It's been a very up and down sort of game from one end to the other. Levi races up on Williams. Williams bumps him off. And that's a good run for the Sharks. Quick play the ball as well. Hines has it. Tapua takes it to within 10 and then driven backwards. And spills the ball now, Tapua. Oh, the young fellow with a big mistake there. And another incomplete set for the Sharks. The error rate in this game just continues to get out of control. Nine minutes gone in the second half. What's the error count up to now? It must be about 70. It feels like it anyway. There's probably been more errors in this game alone so far than there has been for the entire weekend. And a very even contest. The completion rate, 76% for the Sharks, 75% Raiders. Sums it up, really. I'm not sure what the possession stat is at the moment, but I can tell you the completion rate there was very, very evenly balanced. Crazy. Up over halfway now, the Raiders go. Let's have a look at the stats. Possession is 51% Sharks, 49% Raiders. Very even. Fifth and last, they put the ball high. Mulatalo moves forward and takes it. The Sharks defuse the high ball. Danny Levi's offside there. Lucky to not give away a penalty. The Raiders, as the Sharks do the hard yards out of their own end. Hazelton had a very quiet game. Hazelton. Trindle through the hands now. Ramian steps. Goes over halfway, fifth and last. Gets the offload away, Ramian. Spilt out the back from Brayley. Trindle's got it. They've lost ground, though, the Sharks. They've lost about 10 metres. Scrappy offload. Fifth and last. On the short side is Hines. Keeps it a low, flat kick into the corner. It bounces behind Rapana. He collects it, brings it back to the 10-metre line. Raiders ball. "11 minutes gone in this second half. No change to the halftime score, and that's because neither team can cease making errors. A good run here for the Raiders. The offload to Fogarty. Sends it out wide. James Schiller, I think it was out there. Yes, it was. Tarpany can't get the arms free. Fifth and last now, Raiders. 45 out from their own line. Fogarty runs to halfway, gets the kick in. Looking for touch. It sits up for Kennedy. A good chase, Fogarty following up his own kick. And Kennedy is tackled. 18 out from his own line. Sharks ball. Big defense from the Raiders. 0 meters gained for the Sharks. Now they stretch it wide. Hines brings Ramian back on the inside. Not a lot of meters made, though. 30 out from their own line. Sharks. Hines goes into dummy half. Talakai's off the field. Katoa's got it. Beats one. Katoa bumps off a second. Beats a third. And then is brought down. Not a lot of meters made, though, Katoa, but he bumped off some tackles. Now the ball out the back to McInnes. Fifth and last on halfway. Hines keeps it low and flat again, looking for the sideline. Dribbles it into touch. He says, we want a little bit of a break, thank you. We'll take the touchline. And neither team really taking this game by the scruff of the neck. The second half has been a rather dull affair so far. Something needs to happen to spark this one into life. I mean, it really has been a slow old game so far. Dean loves stuff. Ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Welcome back as the Raiders have it. 20 out from their own line. Slow going here for both teams. For the Sharks, they've given away too many penalties late in the tackle counts. For the Raiders, given away too many set restarts. And, of course, too many handling mistakes from both teams. Corey Horsburgh gets it up to halfway. But again, just being played in the middle of the field. In between the 20-metre lines. Oh, the kick. Pressure on Mulatalo. Catches it moving forward. Fires the pass out to Will Kennedy, who drops it cold right in front of the post. And his nightmare continues. He has had a dead-set shocker tonight, Will Kennedy. Probably the worst game I've ever seen him play. But a completely unnecessary pass from Ronaldo Mulatalo. It was an unnecessary pass, and they've just thrown it away, literally. Here, the Sharks. You got the feeling it was just going to be a mistake that breaks this game wide open, and that is the most simple of mistakes that you will see. And the Raiders have the scrum. Can they make them pay? Oh, they're going to make them play on pay one. No, Mulatalo taps it down. It was try time in the corner for Schiller, but Mulatalo gets the big arm out and dumps it down. Raiders will have to play the ball. 10 out in midfield. The standard in this game has been so bad. But the Raiders, probably the best opportunity now to strike in the second half. 24 minutes to go. They're a metre short. The Raiders tackle 2. Plenty up their sleeve. Levi goes left and Horsburgh drops it. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. You just can't believe what we're seeing here. Corey Horsburgh, Big Red himself, drops the ball cold. Every single player out on the field tonight is so much better than this. I don't know what's going on. It's just horrible. A nightmare from both teams. Now some space for the Sharks. Hazelton opens them up. It's the 5th and last. They've managed to get upfield. Hines puts the little chip in over the top. And it's off the knee of Rapana. FEV Bones says, are we watching clowns or professionals here? Definitely clowns tonight. You've got to say, as the Raiders bring the ball away from their own goal line, you've got to say that neither team has really shown anything that will be making the rest of the competition stand up and take notice. As the ball spills loose from the Raiders again, another error. Another mistake. 0 tackle for the Sharks, and now they have an opportunity. 30 out from the Raiders line on tackle 1. Hazelton out the back to Trindle. Wilton shuffled onto Iro. Iro steps back in field. Standing in the tackle. Now dumped on his back. Iro will play it just to the left of the post. 20 metres out. Calling for a penalty here, the Sharks. McInnes dummies. Wrapped up on tackle 3. 15 short now. Williams has probably looked the most likely for the Sharks, to be honest. Williams, quick play the ball. Brayley out the back to Trindle. Trindle runs across field, links up with Iro and scores the try. Kyle Iro. And the Sharks take the lead. 22-18 kick to come. His first NRL try for young Kyle Iro. And the Sharks lead. More great work from Braden Trindle. A try assist. Racking up some fantasy points tonight. Trindle, a 40-20. A try assist. Has largely avoided the errors himself. Try is confirmed. The Sharks have taken the lead. Given me something to smile about in what has been an absolute shambles of a match, if we're being fair. 22 points to 18. The Sharks have somehow taken the lead. Nico Hines from just to the left of the post. About, what would you say? That's about 10 metres out to the left of the upright on his favoured side. He should be able to make this one quite easily. Should. He moves in now. Nico puts it on target. Straight through it goes. And the Sharks lead by 6. 24 points to 18. Incredibly. It's hard to believe, but the standard of both teams just not up to scratch. 19 minutes 45 to go. I dare say there's going to be so many more twists and turns left in this one as the Raiders get us back underway. All that's left is for a kickoff to go out on the full at some point, basically. We've seen pretty much every other possible mistake that there is to see up until this point. Sione Katoa, he's still on the field there. He's still there. Anyone with Katoa in the multi, it's all good. He's still there. They just seem to refuse to pass the ball to him. Jonathan Manson, ahoy there, mate. Great to have a kicker that can make the conversions. Hines perfect today. It's Trindle on halfway, putting the ball high. Rapana should make no mistake with this. Catches it on his own 10-metre line. Shrugs off Teague Wilton. Leo Francis Roika. Ahoy there, mate. Leo says, great stream. Wasted Water Sports. Cheers, buddy. Very much appreciate it, Leo. Eighteen and a half minutes left. The Raiders with the ball on tackle 4. 40 out from their own line. Flat pass from dummy half. Through the hands they go, though. The Raiders. Sharks defense holds firm. Mulatalo wraps up the ball. 5th and last. Raiders forced to kick from their own side of halfway. Although Fogarty's been sacked here. No, he gets away from the tackle. And now he's dumped in the follow-up from Kyle Iro. Try scorer, and now quarterback sacker. They don't get their kick away, the Raiders. Jamal Fogarty has been dumped. Mulatalo, he got away from him, but there was Iro and Hines. And the Sharks will have a set of 6 now, starting on halfway. Just starting to get on top here, the Sharks. Billy Burns takes tackle 2, 30 out. Ramian goes from dummy half. Had the arms free. Don't know why he didn't offload. Hazelton, second half territory, 66% in favour of the Sharks. 17 minutes left. McInnes out the left to Hines. Wilton cuts back in field, 10 metres out on tackle 5. They stay on the short side here. Hines out the back to Kennedy. Kennedy grubbers for Mulatalo, and Mulatalo scores. The Sharks extend their lead. They have made the Raiders pay the full price But Jamal Fogarty not getting the kick away on tackle 5. They've finished the set with a try in the corner to Ronaldo Mulatalo. Playing down the short side. Kennedy, a perfectly placed kick in between Schiller and Timoko. Mulatalo does extremely well to collect it, swing around and plant the ball down in one motion. Catch, swivel, plant. Mulatalo, a great try. 16 minutes to go, and the Sharks lead 28-18. Conversion to come from the sideline. Try is confirmed. Mulatalo gets his 16th career try double. DJ Shack says, up the Sharks. I need them to win for the tipping contest. Me too, mate. Me too. Because I took the punt and went for them. I decided to back my own team. I was all in on the Sharkies tonight. Nico Hines, he's had some practice from out here. Right on the sideline. Looking to extend the lead. It starts out to the right. It's hooking in. And Nico Hines. Oh, somebody's been practicing their goal kicking. Things you love to see. Nico Hines with a perfect conversion success rate so far this evening. 30 points to 18 with 15 and a half minutes to go. I don't want to jinx it and say the Sharks are starting to look comfortable, so I won't. But it's a good start. Finally, as the Raiders get us back underway. Hazelton takes the first hit up. 15 minutes left. Plenty of time for 2 converted tries against this team. It's more than doable. Wow. The Raiders scored the first 3 tries. It's been the Sharks who have scored the next 5. It's been a crazy game. 5th and last now for the Sharks. Very important to complete straight after points. Hines has it on the short side. Far touchline. Puts it high. No pressure again on Rapana. Takes it cleanly. And the Raiders will start this set about 20 metres out from their own line. Not a lot of pressure on the kick chasers tonight from the Sharks. That's really been one big concerning thing that I can say that has happened all the way through the game. There's just been a non-existent kick chase. No pressure on the receipts. Rapana's had a day to himself out the back. Offloads in midfield. Always risky stuff. Here come the Raiders. Mariota is wrapped up and goes to ground. Tackle 4. They're on halfway here, the Raiders. Papali'i. 5th and last in midfield. 40 out from the Sharks line. Fogarty puts it high. And look at the pressure on the kick chase. Kennedy plants. Takes it. Surrenders in the tackle. And wins a penalty for high contact. Was it high contact? Or was it a push in the back? Pushing the defender. That's what the penalty's for. 13 minutes to go. Sharks penalty. A crucial one. UFC. I'm so depressed. I just don't know how I'm going to dominate you in the tipping comp. It's all right, UFC. It's all right, mate. I won in Season 1. The old Panther won Season 2, and I finished in about 3rd spot. Not to toot my own horn, mate, but I'm not half bad, is all I'm saying. I go all right in these tipping contests, so losing to me is no shame. But you haven't lost anything yet, mate. It's such a long season. 27 rounds. There's plenty of time. And finals. We have to tip the finals as well. Don't you worry. There's plenty of time for a comeback. As Hines dummies, it almost opens up for him. The Sharks are on a roll now. 30 out from the line on tackle 4. Hazelton brings it back into midfield. 20 metres out. Trindle kicks it high. Now there's actually some pressure on the receipt. And the Sharks get up and take it. They've knocked it on. The Sharks have knocked it on. Nico Hines dives over. It's going up as no try. This will be knock on against the Sharks. Raiders ball. That absolutely would have been it. For certain, that would have been the game. Mulatalo gets up there. The ball bobbles out, and Hines needed to leave it. Nico Hines basically just needed to leave that ball. Mulatalo would have recollected it and scored a hat-trick. But Nico, he got the white line fever. Everybody loves the white line fever. If Hines just leaves that ball, Mulatalo recollects it and scores the hat-trick and the match winner. As it stands, it's still game on. 30 points to 18, 12 minutes to go. The Sharks, can they defend? 10 metres out from their own line here, the Raiders. Not a lot of options available for them. Tackle 3. They're racing through this tackle count. 4th tackle now. Sharks defense holds firm. No holes here at all. From dummy half. Starling's on the field. Ricky Stewart is trying to spark something. An injection from Tom Starling. Fogarty puts it high. Pressure on Kennedy at the back. Takes it well. Looks up. Runs it back and runs straight into Papali'i. Why in God's name would you do that? Why would you catch a high ball, look up at the defensive line and say, there's Big Papa, I'm going to run straight at him? Well, anyway, he manages to walk away from it, Will Kennedy. And the Sharks have it. Hines runs to the line, dummies, takes tackle 4 on the halfway line. This near side touchline lined up to the right here. The Sharks, Kennedy's in at first receiver. And he just takes tackle 5. They're happy to just play this out. It looks like the Sharks complete their sets. Get to the kick. And there is the kick. Trindle puts it high. It's a good chase from Mulatalo. Mulatalo takes out Rapiner, and that'll be a penalty to the Raiders. Surely. That'll surely be a penalty to the Raiders. Daniel Atkinson is played to the whistle, has picked the ball up and dives over under the posts. But this is going to be a penalty to the Raiders. Mulatalo just got the timing wrong there and has taken Rapiner out before he caught the ball. So this will be coming back for a penalty to the Raiders. All the Sharks chasers are onside. Good work, though, from the young fella, Daniel Atkinson, to play to the whistle, though. He collected that loose ball and made sure to dive over. But, yeah, Mulatalo just gets it wrong there. Just gets it wrong, ever so slightly. He's had to step around Timoko and just slightly off with the time in there, Mulatalo. And it'll come back the penalty to the Raiders. They're just holding on here, the Raiders. Just. They are still alive. Barely. 10 minutes, 20 to go. It could be another one of those frantic finishes that we've seen a few of so far this weekend. It's just had that feeling about it. Been one of those games that neither team has seemed like they've really got on top. 10 minutes left. The Raiders have it on halfway. Tackle 1. This is a huge, huge set of 6. They've held on. The Sharks have had opportunities. They haven't been able to ice the game. The Raiders now have an absolute gift here. Papali'i beats 1. Is wrapped up on tackle 3. They're 25 out. Starling goes quickly and earns a 6 again. Oh, this is a huge set of 6 now. This is the game and the balance. The Sharks just need to defend this, and they've gone a long way to winning it. Still plenty of time afterwards. But for the Raiders, another set restart. Papali'i, as Rod Walker has fired off another 250 peso super chat, and the Raiders go close again. Cheers, Rod. Very much appreciate it, mate. Tarpany in midfield. Out the back it goes to Fogarty. A cutout pass, and Schiller's in the corner. Here we go. It's game on. 30 points to 22. The kick to come from right on the sideline. 8 minutes, 40 to go. Perfectly played there from the Raiders. Schiller, I don't think he was in anybody's multi, and Mulatalo just got caught out there. A little too far infield. And Schiller goes as close as possible to the sideline. As close as you can possibly get. Try is confirmed. This is a critical conversion now for Jamal Fogarty. Who was it in the chat room that predicted Golden Point? It looks like it's happening. This is a big conversion, though. This is massive. Fogarty from right on the sideline. He strikes it. It's on target. It's hooking. It's hooking. It hits the post and bounces back. That's a huge miss. Massive miss there from Fogarty. $30 points to 22. 7.5 minutes to go. 8 points the difference. It's still anybody's game. That was a big moment. That could very well be the difference maker. Nico Hines, perfect boot. Back underway. Seven minutes left. Raiders ball. 10 out from their own line. A long way to go upfield. The Sharks, just no silly penalties here. No piggybacks up the field. And they should be right. Timoko gets the hands free. Starling chews off some extra meters. Canberra looking solid here at the back end. Tackle 4. This is where the Sharks usually give away a stupid penalty late in the tackle count. Timoko's been good. Very solid. And Tarpany's looked threatening every time he gets the ball. Fifth and last here, Raiders. The kick from halfway. Fogarty puts it high. Oh, this is a pressure kick. Kennedy is going to let it bounce. Mulatalo is going to let it bounce. And very lucky for the Sharks, it goes over the dead ball line. They wanted no part of that. That could have bounced absolutely anywhere. Very lucky. It bounces over the dead ball line, 7 tackle set. And my concern right at this moment as a Shark supporter is they very much appear to have shut up shop here. For the last 6 minutes, it appears they're just going to try and defend this 8-point lead. And that is very alarming. 6 minutes is still enough, more than enough time in a game of rugby league to have your hearts ripped out before your very eyes. Katoa, he doesn't want to shut up shop, that's for sure. Quick play the ball, tackle 2, they're over halfway. This is a big run from McInnes. McInnes steps back in field. Tackle 3. All right, this is better from the Sharks. They're lined up to the right. No, they cut back in field with Jack Williams. 4th tackle. 5 minutes to go. Trindle's got it. Inside ball to Nico Hines. Hines runs crossfield. Now he straightens. Now to Wilton. Wilton just needed to give it, and it was a try. But Wilton is wrapped up in a big tackle. 5th and last. Oh, the try's gone begging there. And the Sharks stay on the short side. Take the last tackle, and it will be a handover. Oh, a try went absolutely begging there for the Sharkies. All Wilton needed to do was offload. If he gets the pass away, it's a try in the corner. Take your pick, Iro or Mulatalo. Either one of them could have scored it. 4.5 minutes to go. 8 points the difference. The Raiders on tackle 1. Spread the ball wide early from their own 10-metre line. Ramian makes the tackle. Xavier Savage, wrap him up. He's quick. He's slippery. He could go length of the field easily. Tackle 3, Raiders, 20 out from their own line. Get in a bit of a mess, but they hold on. Picked up and dumped in midfield. Wrap that ball up, boys. That's good work, Billy Burns. The 4th tackle, Tarpany. Wrap that ball up. Perfect. 5th and last, 40 metres out. This is going to be a huge kick from Fogarty. No, they're going to run it here, the Raiders. Cut out pass, create space, and that's a mile forward. The biggest forward pass since Reece Walsh in the finals last season. And it's been called, this one. And the Sharks will surely hold on now. Three minutes 20 to go. They're going to chew off about 1.5 minutes on this set of 6. And then the Raiders will have 1.5 minutes to score 2 tries. Or a converted try and a 2-point drop goal to send it to golden points. They will definitely hedge their bets here, the Sharks, and just play it safe. Get to the end of set and grubber it into touch. And say to the Raiders, 1.5 minutes, score 2 tries if you can. Tackle 4, 2.5 minutes left. The Sharks are 30 metres out. 5th and last. 2 minutes 20. Let's see what the play is. McInnes to Hines. Hines grubbers in behind the line, and the Raiders have it. The Raiders have got 2 minutes now. 2 minutes for the Raiders to score 2 tries. And they're starting tackle 2. 12 out from their own line. It's looking like a lost cause here for the Raiders, but you never know. If anybody's going to lose a game from here, it'll be the Sharks. Don't you worry about that. Ethan Strange. Oh, careful there. Jack Williams lifting in the tackle. It's the 4th. 40 metres out from their own line. Raiders, set play, no. Cutting back in field is Rapana. Tackled on halfway, 5th and last. 1.5 minutes to go. Fogarty's kicked it back in field, and perfectly positioned there is Sione Katoa, who has the ball, beats the first tackle. Katoa beats another one, runs backwards, and now goes forward again, and is wrapped up. 1 minute 16 to go, and that will surely be the game. Surely. I'm not prepared to call it just yet. Mulatalo goes straight through. Mulatalo's in space. Beats the fullback. They come at him again. The cover defense. He's running backwards, Mulatalo. Ramian gets the offload back to Ronaldo. 52 seconds left. And just settles things down in midfield. 25 out from the Raiders line. Williams, who's had a solid game, spies half a gap. Takes it to within 10 metres of the line. They want another try here, the Sharks. Trindle out the back to Hines. Cut out pass to Sione Katoa. Who had Sione Katoa in their multi? It's a Justin Olam moment as Katoa scores out wide. And that ices the game for the Sharks. Who was it that had Sione Katoa in their multi? It is an honest-to-God Justin Olam moment for you. Katoa scores in the corner, 34 points to 22. It was a scrappy old game, but as Hoosier Caddy says, a win's a win. We'll take it. It's a win against a team that the Sharks are traditionally really poor against. And they were again tonight. They were just very lucky that the Raiders were even worse. You could say that that performance was kind of wooden spoon worthy of the Raiders, couldn't you? From 18 points to 0 in front after 19 minutes, the Raiders have lost this 34 points to 22. Sione Katoa scoring on the bell, and now Nico Hines has had a lot of practice from out here on the sideline. Looking to stretch the lead, take an extra 2 points for the for and against. He's been perfect so far with the boot. He moves in, he strikes it, it's coming back, it's coming back. Oh, Nico Hines can do no wrong with the boot tonight. 6 from 6. The Sharks win 36 points to 22. It was a rough ride, but they made it in the end. A fantastic night for me. Yes. A win's a win. Who's your caddy? We'll take it. The Sharkies and the Raiders continue their tumble down the table with back-to-back losses. Michelle says that kick was Tom Hawkins-esque. Whoever that is. I'm just surprised that the TV commentators didn't say, that was Thurston-like, that one. That was channeling Jonathan Thurston. I'm actually really surprised they seem to have gotten over that. Oh, well, Thurston's hired by the competition, isn't he? So, yeah, there you go. That's probably why they don't mention him much anymore. Like, we're not allowed to mention the Channel 9 guys. Oh, wow. What a roller coaster of a ride that was. The Sharks were far from convincing. They got very, very lucky that the Raiders just so happened to be even worse on the night. Big win in the end. 36 points to 22. Wowee. Wowee. All right, Wasted World of Sports. One game left for the weekend. But before I go, we do have to do a very special shout out there to our Wasted World of Sports All-Stars. The channel memberships have been going off this weekend. We've had a couple of new sign-ups or repeat sign-ups from last season. Justo the Orchestrator, the Knee Crumbler, James, Dustin Fisher, Richard J, Who's Your Caddy, Mr. Ed's Dead, Robert M, Vobsy, Kelly, and DJ Shack. DJ Shack, I've not forgotten. You want an updated jersey on your membership name there. You want the Fijian Drua jersey. And yes, Wasted World of Sports, we will be back tomorrow. the last game of the Easter long weekend round. Parramatta Eels, West Tigers. I'll see you then. The Sharks going down 18 points to 0 early. UFC, can I update your jersey? Sure. What would you like? The John Cena or the John Cena? Or the brand new John Cena? But yes, more than happy to update the jerseys anytime. He'll take the John Cena. Perfect. All right. Wasted World of Sports. Thank you so much for your company, as always. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good win here tonight for the Sharkies. And a very special mention, of course, Rod Walker. Rod Walker, almost forgot about you, mate. I'm so sorry. Rod Walker's joined as well. We've got to get him on there in his Panthers jersey. And thank you so much, Rod, for what ended up being about, what? You did a 250, a 250, a 250, and a 500. Super chats. Thank you so much for that. I think you did 4. Hang on, I can tell you exactly. Actually, it's right in front of me, if I cared to look. Rod Walker. Okay. Rod Walker has become a member. Rod Walker has super chatted 250 peso. Rod Walker has super chatted 250 more peso. Rod Walker has super chatted 500 peso. Rod Walker has super chatted 250 more peso. Thank you very much, Rod. Very much appreciated. Became a member and still super chatted. What a legend. What a pimp, says UFC. All right, Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much. I will see you all tomorrow. Parramatta Eels, West Tigers. Let's keep this momentum going, huh? Speaking of momentum, momentum is big in sport, of course. It's big in YouTube live streaming as well, apparently. There are a few trolls around tonight, I couldn't help but notice. I pick and choose. I'm very selective with the trolls that I actually call out in the chat room and the trolls that I just ignore blatantly. But yeah, there were quite a lot around. But as I always say, I'm not new to this whole YouTube thing, so I know how it all works. Trolls are a very good sign. The more frequently you start to get trolls, it means the bigger you're getting and you're doing something right. Your channel's growing. That's my piece of advice for anyone who's looking to get into YouTube content creation. Don't get upset by the trolls. It's a good thing. It means you're doing something right. Always remember that. Okay, Wasted World of Sports. Catch you tomorrow. Okay, I'm just bollocking on at this point. And honestly, I've been talking now in some capacity for almost 6 hours. Actually, it's over 6 hours, I think. No, maybe not quite. Close to. Anyway. Thank you so much once again. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Cheers.
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the Wasted World of Sports is.